or July 11th today, isn't it? I remember what day it is, the
July
18th.
18th, July
It's
18th.
July 18th, folks. I'd like to convene the Single-Family Design Board hearing for this afternoon. If we could have a roll call, please.
Here we go. Vice Chair Kolos,
Yes.
Board Member Kalian,
Yes.
Board Member Brentlinger,
Yes.
and Board Member Klein.
Here.
We have a quorum. Thank you.
Great. I think the first order of business, we have general business items. Anything from staff?
Not at this time.
Okay, great. Let's see, we talked about that. I just wanted to have a quick chat with, let's see, we'll wait for announcements. So if we can approve the minutes from the design board meeting of Tuesday, July 5th, if we could bring those up, please. Was everybody able to read through these? Does anybody have any comments? Item 1 via Alicia. This was the one that came back to us, I think, from consent for the guardrail and the glass door. That was approved. Skyline Way. That was continued 2 weeks to consent calendar. Laurel Canyon Drive. That item was continued indefinitely to the full board with comments. And then we had 650 Rockwood Drive, which was here for PDA. I did have one question about the minutes. It's item D under the motion. The second sentence says removal of healthy, non-invasive trees is not proposed for this application. Can we confirm that that is the intent of, maybe Mr. Arakelian, you can confirm whether that was, you were the maker of the motion. I just want to confirm that that was an accurate statement. It says removal of healthy, non-invasive trees is not proposed for this application. So I know there were a couple trees that were being removed. One of them was a large eucalyptus, which would not be considered, I don't know whether that was unhealthy, and if that's part of the removal, that would be considered invasive possibly, Ms. Klein?
Yes.
Okay, so that would not negate that statement then. I just want to make sure you're okay with item D as it's written.
I'm okay as is. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so would anybody like to make a motion for approval of the minutes?
I'll move.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt, Vice Chair. There was one other item. Okay.
Oh, it's on the back. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Las Tunas. 2121 Las Tunas Road, and that was continued indefinitely to the full board with comments. So perhaps if we can go back, if we are, somebody is ready to make a motion?
I'll move again.
I'll second again.
Great. We have a roll call, please?
Here we go. Vice Chair Kolos,
Yes.
Board Member Kalian,
Yes.
Board Member Brentlinger,
Yes.
and Board Member Klein.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you.
Great. I think we'll move on to the consent calendar from July 11th. So this is 830 Norman Lane. This appeared to be a pool. That was approved. We had an item at 740 Flora Vista. That item was postponed due to lack of attendance by the applicant. And then we had 107 Via del Cielo, which was a re-roof of a flat roof terrace on an existing single-unit residence in the Hillside Design District. And I had a question on that one for you, Ms. Klein, because I think you were the only one maybe in attendance.
It's true.
Yeah. Were you able to vet that for any effect on the uphill neighbor since it was white?
There was multiple other buildings that had it, so
Okay. So you
it was
felt like it was
compatible.
consistent
And yeah, I mean, the Google Earth had other homes, so
in the area showing that? Okay.
or commercial resident too.
Okay. I think that was the last project on that agenda. Would anybody like to make a motion for approval?
I'll move.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Great. Could we have a roll call, please?
Here we go. Vice Chair Kalas,
Yes?
Board Member Brentlinger,
Yes.
Board Member Kalian,
Yes.
and Board Member Klein.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Then we have consent calendar for today. I haven't seen those yet. I haven't really read through those. At 7 Florida Vista, this looks like the one that wasn't in attendance previously. Looks like they didn't show up again.
Just a question on that. When someone repeatedly does, when the applicant repeatedly doesn't show up, is there a time limit for how long the process continues?
Through you, Vice Chair, Board Member Rundlinger, we normally, so there's a fee associated when it's, there's an absence, and we've gone through all the work, so we charge the applicant a fee because there's a lot of work that we do to, set the agendas and make everything happen. It's not always clear, in this particular instance, I'm not 100% sure what the reasoning is for it, but if they're requesting project design approval, we will reschedule them even if they don't show up, because we have the Permit Streamlining Act that we have to require, which is a state regulation. So it's possible in your guidelines, the Single Family Design Board guidelines, it says that an applicant doesn't have to be there for a consent presentation, but as you know, it's hard to ask someone questions if they're not there. So, if the application's really easy to discern, that makes it fairly straightforward, but it's not always the case. So that's why applicants tend to show. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful to know. 3326 Madrona. That looks
Vice
like that was
Chair.
continued.
Can you head up to item B first?
I'm sorry, did I skip another one? It's Monday. I'll read it off the screen. 211 Oliver Road. That was continued indefinitely to the staff hearing officer with comments. And then 3326 Madrona Drive, which was continued 4 weeks back to the consent calendar with comments. And that's it. Would anybody like to make a motion?
So moved to approve?
I'll second.
Great. Can we have a roll call, please?
Here we go. Vice Chair Kalas,
Yes?
Board Member Brentlinger,
Yes.
Board Member Klein,
Yes.
and Board Member Arkelian.
Yes.
And motion passes. Thank you.
Great. So that brings us to the announcement, requests by applicants for continuances and withdrawals, future agenda items, and appeals. Do we have anything from staff?
Nothing at this time, thank you.
Okay. I just wanted to remind everybody that the housing element draft ordinance, I think, is out in circulation. And can you remind us of when comments are due for that?
I have to look that up. I think it's early September is the date that we need to have all the comments back, but I can verify and make sure that we get that posted, and
Okay.
we'll include that in the minutes.
I did take a look at that. I attempted to take a look at it and I realized it's 250 pages long. So if there's anything that staff is aware of that would specifically affect our purview, it would be helpful if you could perhaps just narrow down the portions of the draft element that we might want to look at?
Yeah.
That'd be helpful.
And it's August 3rd is the deadline.
August
Sorry
3rd,
about that.
okay, so we're creeping up on it quickly. Okay. Is there anything else from staff? Okay. Is there anything from the board? Okay. I just want to take a second and remind everybody on the board that when we are making findings, neighborhood preservation findings, hillside findings, whatever they might be, it's really easy to default and just read through the findings. The degree to which we can use those as sort of ticklers or reminders of what we're trying to address related to the findings, but that we can provide a statement that is project specific, which is consistent with the finding, is really what we're trying to do. So for example, it meets the requirements of Hillside. We would want to speak specifically to the project is stepped down, it respects topography, it doesn't create privacy issues, there's no glare that's created, windows are recessed, whatever those things might be that we think are appropriate for the project. But that helps in the event that the project is appealed down the line for us to have those specific statements that are more tailored to each project as opposed to just the general findings. I think that would help staff and city council or whomever it might end up on their desk. So just a reminder to all of us to try to do that. I know it's hard when we're trying to get through the agenda, but that was it. So I think that brings us to subcommittee reports. Do we have any reports? Is that a no? Okay. Okay. So we will move on to our first item, I think, if we can bring up the agenda.
And Vice Chair Claus and board members, I want to request that we postpone this particular conversation, but I can at least describe what it's about, and then you'll know, kind of be mentally prepared for it on August 1st, which is when we will have our new board member, Laura Lee Anderson, who will be joining. And then hopefully we will have Chair Miller back as well. So that would constitute a full board of not all, we're supposed to have 7 members, but we have 6 right now. And but what this is about is that Chair Miller graciously agreed to continue to stay on for a period of 6 months, and his appointment for the consent calendar has, he's fulfilled that, and the next person who was on deck was board member Motisha, but of course he's did not reapply for his position. So we need to have, in order to support board member Klein, who's also serving on consent as our landscape architect, we need an additional reviewer. And now normally we've done this at every quarter or every 3 months we'd have people switch off, because I do recognize that people work full time and there's life and you already have a huge commitment here. So I'm very open to being creative, of being people kind of saying volunteering for one particular date, but we're just trying to make sure that the day of, we're not stressing over, do we have quorum? Is this person going to be able to be there? We want to make sure that we can continue to process development applications with all the time and making sure that it works for your schedules too. I know it's always trickier in summer, so that's when everybody goes on vacation and we all have life, and so that's why I'm kind of thinking if we could be a little bit more creative in getting those specific dates filled for a little while, and that way not one person is, probably with exception to board member Klein, but even to give her a break at times, and at least to have one member and to be able to be scheduled. So that's what what I'd like to talk about on August 1st when we have a full board and kind of figure those dates out.
Okay,
That
so maybe
works.
just kind of look at a calendar and see if we can just fill those slots.
Exactly.
Okay,
Thank you.
great. Okay, so I think that brings us to item 2, which is 910 San Carlos Road, project design approval. We have an applicant.
In person. Good. How are you? Can you drive this phone?
I can pull everything's loaded for you.
Yeah, I just, is the mouse working?
Should be.
Last time, thanks, yeah. Last time we had no mouse involved. And then
Yeah.
a little lost. All right. For reference. Mine?
Either one, and then to turn it on,
Or both.
you just press here.
Thank
So maybe if we could have the meeting minutes brought up quickly from the last hearing so that we can just refer to those. Sure, we can read the project description if you'd like. So this project is at 910 San Carlos Road, and it's a proposal for a 500 square foot first floor and 460 square foot second floor addition to an existing 1,222 square foot single unit residence located in the Hillside Design District. The project includes demolition of an existing deck to accommodate a new deck and pergola. The proposed total of 2,551 square feet on an 11,477 square foot lot is 65% of the maximum required floor to lot area ratio. Project design approval is requested. NPO findings and hillside findings, as well as slope lot findings, are required. And the project was last reviewed on May 23rd of this year. Hello, if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Siglinde Bouquet. I'm the project architect for Shubin and Donaldson, and this is the third time I'm here before the board. And the comments left was to look at the openings and the modern style on the southern and eastern side of the residence, and try to kind of dial it in a little more.
Could staff bring up those meeting minutes, please, just so we can confirm? I'm sure Ms. Pouquet is. Okay, so the last motion that was made, perhaps, Mr. Arakielian, you could read it since you were the maker of the motion?
Sure. So the motion was to continue indefinitely to the full board with the following comments: studying the addition to be more consistent with the architectural style of the existing residence, particularly the south and east elevations in reference to our guidelines, page 28C. And then our board finds the placement of the second story aesthetically appropriate to the site in respect to public views, and to implement standard tree protection measures throughout construction.
Okay, great. So Ms. Pouquet, if you'd just like to address the last comments and any changes since we've seen the project, that'd be great.
Right. Starting here on the west elevations, there's basically no change. One item you brought up is whether the already remodeled openings were permitted, and they were. So I guess the cottage style left a while ago, and our client would like to keep it that way and continue to propose a more modern exterior. Here on the southern elevation, we reduced the amount of glass. We're still popping out a little bit because it's really beneficial for the upstairs floor plan and landing of the stair. But we also pulled out the roof overhang to go over this pop out, so we have a consistent roof overhang all around the residence. Then we reduced the glazing by 2 feet on the second floor, and we are also only differentiating the pop-out in material, and to the right of that, the study room and deck above would get the same plaster treatment as the existing residence. Do I just? Okay, good. Here then. So this shows the east side. Again, we reduce the amount of open guardrail and have a 2-inch pony wall sitting around the deck to just reduce the glazing facing the neighbor, and the matching plaster of the rest of the residence. There's also, zoom in. This was our overall section, but it shows the reduced amount of glazing here facing to the neighbors as well. So with those changes, I think we try to address your comments, and the cottage style isn't really a particularly desirable style. So our client really wants to kind of take the house into a different direction. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, do we have any public comment on this item? Staff?
For this particular item, no, we do not have public comment on, nothing was submitted. Let me check and see if we have anyone on Zoom. Hold on. I do not see any raised hands.
Okay. Is there anybody present who would like to speak to this item?
I would just like to question something.
Pardon my interruption. If,
Windows on the second floor.
we're- I'm
Can
gonna
I
need
have
to
you hold
go to
on
the
for just a
podium.
moment, please? It's just a matter of protocols for the meeting. Just one moment, please.
So, pardon my interruption, and this is really for anybody watching the video. And if you're able to, if not, I can bring a microphone over to you. But I just want to make sure that we pick you up on microphone for the recording. So if you wish,
I'd rather have the microphone.
yeah, I'll be right there. Hang on.
Okay. Okay. I'm looking at, on the second floor, the 4 windows across the back, which I figure will look into our yard. And I'm just wondering where that will be in our yard.
Okay, just for the record, I know you attended the last meeting, but could you reintroduce yourself and just identify where you live for us, please?
Yeah, Valerie Weishart, and I live right next door.
To the
This-
east?
To the south end of the house, I would think. It would be, or maybe the west end, which, east, the east of them.
So,
East of-
so you're not the house on the corner?
Yes, we are on the corner of, yes, on the corner.
Corner of San Carlos and Mira Vista Avenue.
Okay, great.
And the house goes down the hill.
Yes,
you
it
know,
goes down.
the hill, so it's behind the house that's being modified.
Okay, thank you.
So I just want to know kind of what those windows are going to be looking into from our house. Or, you know, but that they'll be looking into our house, and maybe not at all, you know, but I don't know how I can figure that out.
Okay, so perhaps the applicant could show us in plan which elevation or where those windows in question are located, so that the public speaker could understand the orientation of those windows relative to their parcel.
Yeah, this is the neighboring parcel.
Okay, and that's the hedge, is it on?
This is your house up here, and this down here is where the 4 windows are. So what you,
Have you got the whole house up there? I mean, that's the south end of the house?
right, I don't, that's all I have on the survey.
Okay, well,
So it really
then
goes
it's
towards,
basically below
right,
where we are.
right. And here, oh, let me zoom in here.
Now, those are all our trees.
No? Yeah,
They're
that's,
on our lot line though.
yeah, that's what we are facing with those 4 windows. So we cannot see your house, so I assume you can't see ours either.
Okay, good. We're good.
So these photos that you're showing right now, Ms. Bouquet, those are looking in sort of a northeasterly direction,
Yeah,
is that
correct.
correct? Towards, okay, great, thank you very much.
There's a row of big oak trees, and there's a big hedge as well. So it's really well screened.
Okay, great. Were there any other questions that you had
Well,
or comments?
the only issue is that the deck should not extend beyond the drip line of the oak trees.
Right.
You're
Right, we have a note on our minutes to do tree protection, and we're staying out of the drip lines.
okay.
Okay,
That was the only question I had.
Our client doesn't want to lose those trees either, and one is actually on our property.
okay. Great,
The one furthest to the south is on our.
Oh, yeah.
okay. Great, thank you very much. Okay, so we'll return this to the board unless there's anybody else in attendance that wants to speak to this item. Okay, so we'll start with Mr. Bretlinger. Do you have any questions for the applicant?
I have no questions, thank you.
Ms. Klein, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Mr. Arakelian, do you have any questions?
No questions.
I don't have any questions either. Okay, so we'll go to comments. Mr. Bretlinger.
Actually, I'll just have a comment that which I think I made the first time you came around, which is I appreciate the way you've managed to add space to the house and make it almost invisible from the street. That's my only comment, so thank you for that.
Great, Ms. Klein.
I also appreciate the tree protection measures in the oak drip line, and it seems like you've answered all of the minute questions appropriately. Thank you.
Mr. Arakelian.
I do appreciate, or I do find the reduction in the glazing area and the addition of the parapet more aesthetically appropriate, and believe the modifications integrate better with the existing residents. That's all I have.
Great. I drove by there today just to wrap my head around this and try to figure out how much of this we were really going to see, and I've convinced myself that we won't see any of it. So that was reassuring, just because of the discrepancy in the roof slopes. So I'm comfortable with what we have in front of us, and I too, like Mr. Arakelian, appreciate the reduction in the glazing, and I think that will help with some light emission at night. So that's great. Would anybody like to make a motion?
I will. So I would like to make a motion for project design approval and return to consent for final approval. The proposed development, the proposed addition and its architectural style is consistent with the scenic character of the city and will enhance the appearance of the neighborhood. The addition is compatible with the neighborhood in its size, bulk, and scale, is appropriate to the site, the neighborhood, and the existing residents. The proposed addition is designed with quality architectural details They also match, they're in line with the existing residents, particularly the plaster and the glazing areas. The the proposed materials and colors maintain the natural appearance of the hillside. The proposed project does not impact the drip lines of any nearby trees. Public health, safety, and welfare are appropriately protected and preserved. The project generally complies with the Good Neighborhood guidelines regarding privacy, landscape, noise, and lighting, with the reduction of the glazing along the south and east elevations. The development, including the proposed addition, preserves significant public views of and from the hillside. The addition is appropriate to the site and designed to avoid visible scarring and does not significantly modify the natural topography. The addition maintains a scale and form that blends with the existing residence in the hillside by minimizing its visual appearance and overall height.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Would somebody like to second it?
I'll second.
I'd like to ask if we could include two things in the motion related to the neighborhood preservation ordinance findings, if staff could go back to those. There's an item about landscape. I think it's on the next slide, possibly the next one. It's item 6. If we could just add that there's substantial screening at the easterly property line as part of our rationale there. And then on the previous 2 slides back, in terms of neighborhood compatibility, I'd like to include something in there, if it's acceptable to the maker of the motion, related to the discrepancy in the roof slope, but that's not visible from the public view, and therefore we find that that's acceptable in this particular case and on this site.
Thank you, and I find both points acceptable.
Likewise on the second.
Okay, great. Can we take a roll call, please?
Here we go.
Vice Chair Claus,
Yes?
Board Member Arkelian,
Yes.
Board Member Brentlinger,
Yes.
and Board Member Klein.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. You too.
Vice Chair Kalas, if you can please announce the
Oh.
appeal period.
There, Ms. Pouquet, there is a 10-day appeal period for this project. We have to announce that, so, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next item on our agenda is 903 Alston Road. And I think we can bring that item up because we're within the 15-minute time frame.
Hello. I think so. We have your plans and site photos here for you.
Hello.
Hi.
We're going to go ahead and read your project description, and then I'll ask you to introduce yourself, please. Mr. Brentlinger, would you like to read the project description into the record?
Yes, I would.
Great.
903 Alston Road is here for concept review. The proposal is to demolish an existing wood deck and to construct a new 800 square foot special accessory dwelling unit and new deck located in the Hillside Design District. An existing parking space and a carport is proposed to be assigned to the ADU. The staff hearing officer review and approval is required to allow the proposed special ADU to encroach into the secondary front setback and the secondary front yard at the private street north end of the property. The proposed total of 3,910 square feet on a 26,431 square foot lot is 82% of the maximum guidelines floor to lot area ratio.
Great, and then just to clarify with staff, this is a new item, it's conceptual, and I'm assuming they're here for comments to be taken to the staff hearing officer, is that correct?
Vice Chair Kawas, members of the board, yes, this project is here for concept review, and there is an assigned case planner who's provided some comments, so I will read those to you now.
Great, thank you.
This project, it requires, as stated, a front setback modification because the north side of the property adjoins a private road requiring the front setback. So if you could do your typical review, looking at this project from a guideline perspective, and if you, at your discretion, can provide comments to forward the project to the staff hearing officer, supportive comments. Otherwise, the project can return back to the board for further review.
Great. Okay,
Thank you.
if you'd like to go ahead and introduce yourself and walk us through your project.
My name is Richard Redmond, and this project is at 903 Alston, and it sits up on a hill, basically above Alston and behind the existing residence.
Sorry to interrupt. Our screens aren't working either.
Yeah, we don't have anything to look at. There we go. Yep. Thank you very much. No, sorry about that.
Problem.
Please continue.
In the lower left corner, you'll see basically the neighborhood layout. There is an adjacent residence to the east that has an existing guest house adjacent to this property that's kind of sits up on the hill, but actually sits down below this property. There's actually a little retaining wall, I think, right in here. So the idea is to obviously do an ADU on this property, and unfortunately we have a 30-foot setback onto a 30-foot road easement. And there's only one other property that's actually served by this private road, and that's this property right here. The road pretty much dead ends at that property, even though the easement continues on for another property. So the owner is trying to do something very simple, 800 square feet, keeping everything under 16 feet in height. This basically gives you an outline and shows you the basic contours of the slope. And right prior to the driveway, there's a retaining wall here. This is a view from downhill from basically their driveway looking up the hill. And a portion of this deck actually hangs out over this wall, which is basically aligns with this face of the bedroom.
Is this the existing residence or is this
This
the
is-
ADU?
This is the ADU.
Okay,
And what we see down here in the corner is actually a portion of the carport. This shows, again, the other two elevations of the ADU, showing the carport here. This is the north side. We have windows that kind of mirror each other across the double doors facing the south elevation. The east is really where the front entry is, and you come down off the hill or you walk up from the carport on an existing path. And here's the existing residence showing, and this one also, showing kind of the texture of the stucco finish, which is a little unusual. And it does have an S tile. I think you can see that. You can see the texture here. And this is a view at the top of the hill. This is the existing deck. Let me go back. Kind of skipped all three of those. This is the view from up the hill looking down toward Alston and the existing residence. This is that walkway kind of along the hillside that we're building kind of adjacent to. I think we're back about this distance from that retaining wall. The deck we're removing is up in here, and it's an existing wood deck. This is the carport and the existing roof. This is actually the private drive at the top, heading down toward the neighbor that it basically driveway ends. Again, this is the neighbor where the driveway ends. This is the adjacent house that has the little guest cottage behind it. And it's a two-story, as you can see. And this is looking down the private road in the other direction toward Alston. And this is, again, the neighbor's driveway, and the road actually goes up to the top there. So that's basically it. I think it's a simple plan, and we're trying to really use what's here as far as the design of the building compatible with the existing residence. And same with using the stone and everything on a short wall we have in front. It's going to mimic the stone that we have on that retaining wall. Okay,
Okay, does that complete your presentation?
I think so.
Okay. Mr. Bretlinger, do you have any questions for the applicant? I'm sorry, we have to provide an opportunity
Yeah.
for public comment. I would ask if there was anybody in attendance who'd like to speak, but we don't have anybody in the audience. So for the record, there's no one present to speak. But Ms. Gu, is there anybody online that may want to speak to this item? Or did we receive any public comment?
I did not. I do not see anyone on Zoom who's currently have their hands raised. I do have, I believe, public comment. It was just one submitted for 903 Alston Road from a Ken and Susan Tarlow.
Okay, great. Okay, so now I'll ask Mr. Bretlinger, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Just a couple. It's an interesting positioning of the building you're building as an ADU. It's basically a direct view into the main house and the activity area. Just wondered what the inspiration was to put it right here.
Number one, really the activity area for the existing house is basically on the south side toward the view. And the only thing they have on this side is basically their driveway and then maybe an entry courtyard and their front door. And it's sufficiently far away, if you look at those photographs, it's sufficiently far away to, I think, kind of mute the overlooking of their front entry. So they really wanted it in this location, let's put it that way. It has the best views, and if we put it down the hill, we have similar problems with yard space and that kind of thing. So they really wanted to have some sort of an entry and a drive off of the existing private road, but obviously we cannot do that. Can't do parking up there, even though the neighbor has. So.
My only other question is architectural compatibility with the main house. We saw certain portions, I think, of the original house or the main house. How consistent is the architecture between the two of them?
I think it's very consistent. It's, we're dealing with the double doors and and I think we're going to try to match probably their trim colors and everything for it. I don't really like the wooden trim they have around their openings, but I think we can kind of mitigate that with deep set windows and using I think the color that we're proposing for the doors and everything is a clad kind of a sand color to go with the existing architecture.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Redmond. That's it.
Okay, Ms. Klein, do you have any questions?
Yes, are any trees being removed?
No, not for this particular iteration.
Okay. Can we maybe go to the section where you can kind of see the elevation, and maybe you can kind of speak to the design and how it fits into the hillside? And
Well, that doesn't work.
I think
If
if
you
you
want
just
to go down to the bottom of the page and kind of hover in the middle of your photo there, but towards the bottom, and then, oh, sometimes it lets you. Or you can go up to the top and just scroll with the arrow.
This one.
Mhm.
Or this one.
other one, we'll take you through your set. Yeah, that one.
I have to go through the photographs first. Oh,
Yeah. Go back. That,
this is the site profile.
you go back to the next one. So that section cut, the west elevation.
Yeah.
201?
Let's see, 301.
301.
That one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess from that private road, is that building screened sufficiently? And I guess explain also, like,
Not yet.
okay,
There was a hedge at that point, but I think they've removed part of it.
are there plans to screen and add more privacy there
Yes,
from the road? Great.
there will be, yes. I think this is a little premature to come in with a landscape plan, since we don't even know if we're allowed to do this in that setback, so
Yeah,
I think
understand.
this is just, kind of our first shot at it.
Yeah, and I just wanted to see this elevation and see how it's stepped down. Did you look at that? Can you just explain, I guess, the massing within the elevation and the thought process there?
Right now, I'm looking at that 16 feet and I'm going, my peak of my roof is a foot underneath it. You can see the line up at the top. And I'm trying to compromise in doing an open space underneath the floor. I'm not doing a slab on grade, so trying to limit the amount that I'm trying to cut into this hillside. I mean, as it is, I think we're probably cutting, 2 or 3 feet out of it or more. And then, obviously, we have our foundations and stuff to do for it. But the idea is to kind of shoot in between, where my floor level is and where the maximum height is.
Great. Those are all my questions.
Mr. Arakelian?
I do. I have a few questions. One is, I actually wanted to ask staff what, if the staff hearing officer is, when we go to comments, if they're specifically looking for something from us.
Yes, if you could state at your discretion your supportability from a size, bulk, scale, and the appropriateness in accordance with the guidelines.
And I'm just going to add to that, it's really when the staff hearing officer is a land use decision, they're making a land use decision, and you all are a design review board. So with the modification request, you want to respond to the aesthetic appropriateness of the front setback modification, and if you see any issues with the guidelines there, or if there's anything that you want to comment from a design standpoint.
Okay, thank you. So I'm on A2.01, page 3. So I'm looking at the cable rail. I just wanted to better understand the inspiration behind that alongside this architectural style.
It's the view.
Yeah.
It's basically, if you stand up on that hill, they have an incredible view over the city, and they want to try to keep it as open as they possibly can.
Okay. And then for, yeah, I noted, and then above the railing, I'm seeing transom windows above.
Yes.
Is there, just wanted to know more about inspiration behind that, just a challenge of getting natural light into the...
It's basically getting light in from the north side, and I wanted to kind of mirror that, on both sides of the residence and have a sufficiently high ceiling to allow the doors plus getting light in. I mean, it is facing south, but we do have a pretty substantial overhang there in order to block direct sun. But the idea is that on the uphill side, we really have a limited chance to put in glazing.
Thank you. And then can you, for the living room and kitchen, can you confirm the plate height of, the height of the ceiling?
The height of the ceiling there is, I think, 12 feet, 11 feet. Where's my section? I'm going to guess and say 11 feet, probably.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a couple questions. I'm just trying to wrap my head around this a little bit more as it relates to the private drive up above. So if we could take a look at the site plan, please. Okay, is it possible to zoom in to the upper portion of it?
Yeah.
Okay. So as I understand, Alston Road is at the bottom of your drawing.
Yes.
And this is a private road that sort of, for lack of a better way of saying it, provides secondary access to these 4 parcels.
Actually, it's more parcels than that, but
Okay. Okay. And
they're mainly to the east.
understood. Okay. Can you point out where the easement for that, it's that 30-foot easement line, is that right?
Yeah, that's the 30-foot line for the easement.
Okay.
And we're close to that, and yet well within the setback line.
Okay. And it looks like it looks like you're about 15 feet back from what looks like the edge of the existing road. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And right now, the parcel to the east is served by that private road,
Correct.
but the parcel to the west, do they use it? I'm sorry,
Yes.
you said that earlier, and I've
To the
forgotten.
west, you can see the driveway coming down adjacent to the guest house.
Okay, but the intention for this project, based upon the description and what I'm seeing in the site plan, is that this ADU would not be using the private drive.
That's correct.
So they would be accessing the parcel from Alston and using the carport to park.
That's correct.
Okay,
Because we cannot park in the easement anyway, so.
okay, okay. And then if we can look at, again, the north elevation. So there's really a very modest amount of glazing on the north elevation that would affect that private road in any way, right?
Exactly, and it's well above their view line. So we really only have the two windows in the bathrooms that are on that side of the building.
Okay. And then you had a photo that you had pulled up for Ms. Klein. It's kind of looking down the easement, down the private road, and it had sort of a boulder curb to it, or it was sort of boulder lined.
Yeah, there are stones that line
There
the
we go.
driveway, yeah,
Okay. And when you say the driveway, you mean the private roadway?
the private
Or
driveway.
the private driveway, okay. Okay, great. So we
It
would
is a
be.
road, yes.
Okay. So could you just use your pointer and try to point to roughly where you think the front or the most northerly wall of the ADU would be?
It's probably going to be in the midpoint of that deck.
Okay. So there's definitely sufficient relief from this private drive where there could be some screening placed or something like Ms.
I
Klein
think
was.
that's what they have planned.
Okay. And then if you could just show us the picture of the carport one more time and zoom in. You had mentioned that that was S-tile, so I'd just like to take a close look at it because it's a pretty good S-tile. It's a pretty good fakie.
Yeah, it's actually got a booster tile on it.
That's what's making it work. Okay,
Yeah.
great. And do you know if that is still available? Have you checked to see if you're able to match that?
My guess would be it'd be extremely difficult to match,
Okay,
but no, I have not looked into that.
okay. That's something I think I understand where you're at in the process, so that would be something you'd want to vet a little bit later. But the general intention is that, to the greatest degree possible, the texture of siding, the roofing, the windows
Exactly.
will be matching the existing main residence. Okay. Those are all of my questions. Mr. Bretlinger, do you have any comments?
Not really. I mean, it's only to say that we'll look forward to when you come back with more detail on landscaping and fixtures and the usual package. But so far, I would say that it looks like it fits the site pretty well. Good luck with the hearing officer on the setback. That may
Thank
be
you.
a challenge. But those are my comments.
Ms. Klein?
I would say that the modification is acceptable aesthetically from the road. I would suggest screening, and that would help, definitely. So the comment for the staff hearing officer is that I think it's aesthetically appropriate as long as there's screening. And I appreciate working with the topography and also considering grading as much as possible and matching the materials nicely. I think you've done.
Mr. Arakelian?
Yes, so I'm in support of the modification of the front yard setback and agree with Board Member Klein on adding screening. In terms of the living room and the kitchen, I would request a reduction to 10 feet. And then in terms of the cable rail, I'm looking at the existing residence. There's a lot of
Walls.
there are walls. There's a lot of elements of nice appropriate Spanish architecture, and I'm having a challenge with the cable rail since I am in. I really like how you step the massings with this ADU and with a lot of nice elements, nice visual elements that make it appropriate. But then the cable rail is a very prominent front feature from street view, and I mean, I would just ask for you to study any opportunity for a railing that can be appropriate to the style. Those are my comments for now.
You do understand the view. Okay.
I think I agree with everything that's been said so far. I can support the modification to the, I'll call it the secondary front yard setback, because I don't think it has any negative effect on neighbors. I think there's enough relief from the private drive/roadway that it will still allow everybody to traverse that without any impediment, and that with some landscape work that it can be softened, and I don't think it will be an eyesore to anybody. I also think that the way the fenestration has been thoughtfully introduced to that north elevation is helpful for that reason. I think the massing is supportable from a hillside finding standpoint because you have broken down the massing kind of on the east and west side of the house, and that helps to step the roof line down. And so even though the residence itself isn't really stepping down, you get a sense of that step down with the roof lines. And I think the only other comment that I would say is I think there's sufficient screening between you and your easterly neighbor where they will not be negatively affected by this project. I don't, perhaps you could show us on a site plan real quickly. It'd be nice to just understand that vegetation between those two. And I would encourage you to have some good documentation in
Could
future
certainly
drawings related to that.
Photographs.
Yeah, any photographs for the existing vegetation along that easterly line would be helpful. So I can support this. I agree with the idea of trying to consider a different design for the railings. Doesn't mean they have to be stucco or plaster, but maybe they could be something a little more traditional that still allows some visual connection to
Vertical pickets.
maybe some knuckles. Okay, would anybody like to, I guess we do need to make a motion, but it's just a motion relative to comments, is that right?
Vice Chair Claus, that's correct. And I do have some sample language if you would like to see that.
Sure.
I can try.
Okay. Yeah, you're welcome to make a motion, Mr. Archeli.
So I would like to make a motion for the project to go to the staff hearing officer, where the board is generally in support of the front yard setback modification. Given that there is appropriate screening along the north elevation. Otherwise, the proposed modification does not pose consistency issues with the single-family residence design guidelines. The board is generally in support of the stepped massing in roof lines from a hillside standpoint. Ask the applicant to consider a maximum ceiling height of 10 feet at living areas. For the applicant to explore the possibility of other guardrail styles that have more of a connection with the proposed architectural style. And that's all I have for now.
I'll second that, and I would just like to ask that the comment about screening, if it's okay with you, Mr. Arakelian, be changed to a comment that notes that there's substantial enough relief on the north elevation from the private driveway, as opposed to screening, because the screening doesn't exist yet. So that's, I'm just trying to be clear with what we have right now for the staff
That's
hearing
fine,
officer.
yes.
Okay. That's my only comment. Does anybody want to add anything, amend anything, or?
Nope.
Okay, so that's acceptable to you, to change that?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll re-second that, and if we can take a roll call, please.
Vice Chair Colaz? Board
Yes.
Member Killian?
Yes.
Board Member Brentlinger?
Yes.
Board Member Klein?
Yes.
Motion to continue is passed. Thank you.
Okay, if I can request Vice Chair Claus your attention. So we do have the next item here scheduled for 1336 Shoreline Drive. We do have a quorum issue with Mr. Brentlinger needing to leave at 4:30, and being conscious of everyone's time, I'd like to see if the applicant would be willing to present the project and then do public comment. And then we could, that would allow members of the public, if they were participating, they could comment for your consideration, and then do recess, and then pick back up when Mr. Brentlinger is back. And just as a side note for the board, I've ordered pizza. That's, but I'm just hoping that works for the applicant, because we've given the applicants, it's been a little confusing just of like timing, because it's awkward to pause in the middle, but again, if we can just be efficient, and perhaps if we do have, I know that the entire applicant team is not here at this moment, so there might be a few additional comments if you'd be willing for the applicant team members who plan to be here at 5, if you give them maybe another couple minutes if they need to share anything in addition to the architect's presentation.
So you said to be here at, okay. To be here at 5, the rest of the team is going to be here at 5, is that what I'm
That's
understanding?
correct, and that's just because we were trying to, we didn't think we would have enough time to do, we thought you were going to be out from 4 to 5, Mr. Brentlinger, so that was our confusion. So my suggestion is if we could read the project description, have the applicant do their presentation, do public comment, and then do pause for recess, and then we'll pick back up with discussion, or questions and discussion.
Okay. Who is the rest of the applicant team? Is it the landscape architect, or is it?
It's,
Is it someone else from your team, Mr. Radke?
it's the planner, it's the land use planner.
Oh, okay, from SEPS. Okay. I'm fine with that as long as everybody else is that okay with everybody else? We're good?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and do that. I think that's an efficient way of dealing with it. So if we can bring up the last meeting minutes, read those into the record, please. Okay, Ms. Klein, would you like to read the last meeting minutes into the record?
Sure.
I think this is just the
Pardon my
project.
interruption, just to clarify, these minutes are part of a pre-application. So this is not, so what you're seeing today is the formal application. So these are this was the project before it was a formal project. So, yeah, so all of the comments here are non-binding.
Okay, so we'll need to make them all again? I'm sorry, that was a bad joke. That was a bad joke. Okay, so Ms. Klein, why don't you go ahead? You can read the project into the record, please, and if there's any comments, it would be helpful to know what those are, just from a background standpoint, even though they're not binding.
Sure. 1336 Shoreline Drive, proposal to demolish the existing single-unit residence and garage and construct a new 2,015 square foot, 2-story single-unit residence with an attached 455 square foot garage and a 1,120 square foot basement level, partially comprised of a 1,065 square foot accessory dwelling unit. Project includes relocating the driveway and pedestrian access from Shoreline Drive to San Rafael Avenue and hardscape and landscape improvements. Planning Commission review and approval is required for a coastal development permit as the property is located in both the appealable and non-appealable jurisdiction of the coastal zone. The proposed total of 2,898 square feet on a 6,948 square foot lot is 84% of the maximum required Florida lot area ratio.
I'd like to ask a question of staff in regards to that. So we recently had a change in FAR calculations as it relates to ADUs in the appealable coastal zone or the non-appealable coastal zone, I believe. So I'm just trying to understand if this appears to be excluding the square footage of the ADU based on the square footage that I'm seeing here, and I assume that that FAR percentage would also be excluding that ADU, although I don't think that that's the way things are being processed currently. So can we get some clarification on that, please?
Ms. Chair and board members, that is correct that the ADU is included in FAR calculations. It alone doesn't require a modification if you were to hit that that threshold. Instead, you would need to presumably reduce the house, and the ADU size is allowed. This applicant has done that and included, and actually the front page of their plans has I believe calls out both, including the ADU and then excluding it. So I would refer to that page for clarification on the numbers with and without the ADU to give that kind of picture. And I believe the applicant can speak a little more to that as well.
Okay, so I'm looking at, I think, your drawings on my screen, which we're not seeing up there yet. And so the square footage that I'm seeing total for the project, I don't have my glasses on, so I'm doing one of these, 2,898 square feet. That's including the square footage of the ADU?
Correct.
Okay, and that is showing as being 99% of the maximum FAR on the screen, but that is not what is stated in the project description for the record. So I just want to make it very clear that has it been noticed as this to neighbors, or it has been noticed as a 99% FAR number?
So the notice doesn't go into this level of detail. Our current noticing is a postcard that's very abbreviated description. So you're correct. It looks like this is a typo on the agenda. The notice would be correct because it's pretty abbreviated.
Okay.
So I apologize for missing that update.
Okay, so for the record, we're dealing with a 99% FAR, but the square footage is 2,898 square feet. Okay, just wanted to make sure that was abundantly clear for everybody before we dive in. Okay, so do we have any comments to bring up from our last non-binding review?
So I'll read the board comments from the last meeting. 1, the board appreciates the reorientation of the driveway to San Rafael Road. 2, the board appreciates the general site planning approach, which opens up the southwest corner of the lot to the public. 3, the board has concerns about the general massing and bulkiness of the project. 4, recommends a reduction in the square footage of decks 15 feet away from the property line based on privacy issues within the SFDB guidelines, and a reduction in the plate heights for 1 or more stories. 5, would like to see more compatibility with the neighborhood in terms of exterior finishes and the nature of the roof by introducing sloped roofs. 6, a reduction of the vertical circulation between floors to help minimize the square footage and bulk of the project. 7, the board is generally not supportive of the dune fencing.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, so we will ask you to introduce yourselves on your project, please.
Ken Radke. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Ken Radke with Blackbird Architects.
Stefan Farmason with Blackbird Architects.
And we do know that Heidi Jones from from Elledge's office is on the Zoom, as are the owners who could not be in town today with the change of dates and so forth. Thank you for your service here, Chair Kalas, members of the board. In response to the comments of last time, in essence, there were some positive comments, and of course we've built upon, and we think basically kept those. And then there were some comments that asked for study and consideration, and I think we've positively responded to all of those. So we'll go through that. In addition to that, there is some interaction with neighbors and so forth, and I wanted to emphasize that the Molines have had many, many meetings with the neighbors, all productive and in essence friendly, in spite of the usual points of view that might differ from different sides of the property lines. So there has been some interaction in that regard that's positive. If we look at the differences in the project, again, I'll sort of cover that because in essence, the square footage of the project is very, very similar to what was here last time. We can go through that again in detail if you like, or we can kind of stick to the basics.
I would just encourage you to go through any changes since the last time we saw it, and yeah, basic floor plans, exterior elevations, any changes in the landscape.
I think that'll be quicker. If we go straight to the ground floor plan, Stefan. The last time we were here with the project, there were two small ADUs, one above the other, and there was some circulation that was required by that, and the board commented on that. Now, in essence, we have a two-story ADU on that southern face that faces out to the street with its own separate entrance. So the living areas are on the ground floor, and the bedrooms are semi-submerged in the basement, if you will. And hopefully that addresses some of the comments. And I think that's an improvement from the point of view of the board. It's a very nice, livable granny unit, ADU with its own entrance, but integrated into the whole body of the project. The ground floor then basically stays very similar. The dune fences referenced below, those are gone. And then this sort of landscape with grasses and so forth, it's very park-like, remains in effect. So you can see the ground floor, and then if we go to the basement, which I think was the plan before, looks very similar. It's just reorganized in order to allow a sort of a little bedroom study area downstairs, bathroom, and then living areas upstairs. And then if we go to the upstairs, second floor, this is where you'll see responses to many of the comments as well, to the several comments. One comment is about the square footage of decks and the proximity of that square footage to the property lines. And so you'll see at the north, that one deck used to have a full gathering outdoor dining area with the table and so forth. Now it is the absolute minimum deck that allows access to a little herb garden. That garden is up to screen at 42 inches with planting above the 42 inches. And that sets the massing of the building back from the north, and as well keeps anyone in the Molines property from really kind of looming over the property line with steeply angling views. The kitchen sink there is 16 feet away from the property line, but it also is 9 feet away from the edge of the deck that is 42 inches tall with planting on top of that. So it's a pretty guarded setup for that very thin little deck, which was previously proposed as really a family gathering area. Likewise, the other decks have been consolidated into just two main pieces that are each a little smaller, and so that's one aspect of it. Another important feature is that this main living area, that entire second floor element, used to be on the setback with the stairs there. So now it has been moved to the west, breaking up that mass to the east per your guidance, as well as taking into account raking, angling neighbor views from neighbor Bill Wolf, who lives up and to the right in this plan. So we very specifically have accommodated two things. One, the recommendation from you all to break up the mass more, especially along that eastern setback, as well as to provide a little bit better relief and angling view through for a neighbor who's way in the second row. I think that is actually a nice improvement for the neighbors and for that eastern massing. Likewise, the massing, as you can see to the north, is very broken up, with just, in essence, one room that moved a little bit up, and even that is set back from the massing below. So then if we go to the roof plan, which is next, I think, this brings up a next aspect of the breaking up of massing that you referred to. We previously had a flat roof proposed, and it was in essence one meandering roof, more or less. Now we have two hipped elements and then a lowered element in the middle. So that massing is distinctly visible from the street elevation. So it is distinctly broken down. If we go to the sections, I think that'll bring up another. You can see, if we zoom in, you can see this northerly neighbor. I want to be really clear about exactly how that works. The planter is 4 feet deep, you know. Then if we look at the overall heights, the overall height of the building above grade has been reduced by a foot. Each floor, per your recommendation, has been reduced in floor to floor. 6 inches on the ground and 6 inches lower on the floor up. Overall building height is 20, I've got it written down, 23'6" above grade. So that is a very overt response. And then if we look at the elevations, you can see this palette that is the soft wooden weathered wood pickets, screening shade visors, if you will, on the upper floor. You can see in the middle there that little captured patio is set back into the massing of the project. It gives access from the inside and makes a little bit of shelter, but it distinctly breaks up this elevation into smaller pieces that are each is in essence room size. If we look at the garage door, I think you guys probably mentioned the garage door. We always want that glass garage door, and apparently that's sometimes allowable and sometimes not. If we look at the north elevation,
T-shirt about the garage door. It's been labeled with the garage door, like, you know.
it belongs to the board. The mass of the element, each mass on each floor is broken out from the others now. That's the north elevation to the northerly neighbor, and keeping in mind that the northerly neighbor's property is above, inherently 3 feet above in terms of its native grade. And then if we look at the other elevation on this sheet, this is the street elevation facing to shoreline and the park. Is in essence one one room wide on the part that faces the street, with a small little quiet entry to the downstairs ADU on this end. Landscape again remains per before, and the owners remain excited, and I think it's a calmer project, hopefully responding to your goals.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we want to make a call for public comment? We might be able to get 4 minutes in before Mr. Brentlinger has to leave. Do we want to just, it doesn't look like there's anybody present for public comment. Ms. Gu, did we receive public comment on this, just for the record?
Yes, we did. We did receive public comment, written public comment submitted to us from a Robert LaCava, Michael Moore, Don McGrew, and Patrick Wade. I do have one hand up on our Zoom from Don McGrew.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and take that public comment now, because I think we can get that 2 minutes in before Mr. Brentlinger leaves.
Okay, here we go. She is.
I am Dawn McGrew. I am the neighbor to the north that will be the most affected by the project affecting my privacy. And the presenter said that he worked with the neighbors, and I want to emphasize that it was not positive reactions with this particular neighbor. I wrote my concerns in writing, and they're all they're all contained in the public comment. So I wanted to actually emphasize that it was not positive. And my privacy, the view from the kitchen window will look directly into my bath and my bedroom, which is 40 feet away from the property line. So it's within eyesight of anybody standing at the kitchen sink, as will the other two northern windows that are proposed. So please read my written comments and know my concerns, and know that I felt mainly ignored by the Malines. Thank you.
Thank you. We did receive your written comments, and we will review those. Thank you for ensuring that those got to us. Is there anybody else, Ms. Gu?
I do not see any other raised hands on Zoom. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, we'll close public comment, and my understanding is that we're going to adjourn.
That's right. We'll take a recess.
Great, we're going to take a recess then. Thank you. Family Design Board meeting for July 18th. We are currently on item 4, which is 1336 Shoreline Drive, and the applicant has, for the most part, completed their presentation, and we've received public comments. So I will move into questions for the board. So Mr. Bretlinger, do you have any questions?
I do, thank you. Welcome back, and I think my major question does have to do with the issue we just heard prior to the break, and so that question would be, what have you done, or what are you able to do to address the view question that was raised by the neighbor on the north?
Perfect. Thank you for asking that question, Member Brentlinger. We actually had changed this massing, as you know, and we generated these renderings that are pretty accurate. One thing of note is that on the back there, on the upper back, you can see the kitchen, the mass of the kitchen dining there. And the mass that's just beyond that on the neighboring property is the garage. Mm-hmm. So the main proximity between the two properties is towards the north is to the garage. So that window that they're asking about is, in essence, looking straight out, if you could see over that planter to the roof of the garage. So that's one aspect of that. The other, one of the main aspects of the responsiveness was to make the deck not, so here you can see the element that's closest in that section on the neighboring property is the garage. And then that part where it's gray to the north of the fence, that's just the yard. The planter is 42 inches, the planting is above that, and then the part of the building that is beyond that on the east of the house, up as proposed, is set back how many feet?
25,
25 to 26 feet from the property line to the other element that was discussed there. And then finally, the removal of that sort of like more gathering function at the north was a huge difference between now and then.
Okay, thank you for that. My other question has to do with the deck, the upstairs deck, which I appreciate the planter work that you've installed, but my question has to do with the setback. And what's the distance from the property line to the actual deck now, not the planting in front of it?
Where you could stand?
Yes.
So how wide is the deck? Is that 4 feet?
Yes.
So it's 11'4" to the actual deck, to the gray part right there.
Okay. All right.
Depending on where you measure.
I think, and you may know this better than I do, but I think there's a 15-foot minimum for decks next to an adjoining property.
Guideline, yeah.
Guideline. Okay. So I guess putting that back to you, would you be asking us to vary from that guideline as part of this?
In essence, we covered this last time. Everyone here is living in proximity to one another, and because we're facing their garage, and it's a property that in essence has 2 street frontages, the varying massing and the actual super quiet. In those guidelines it talks about a 3 by 7 foot. This proposed deck is 4 feet. I mean, I suppose we could make it 3 feet, and then it would meet the guideline, by just making the planter deeper and such like. So we're just sort of like interpreting the guideline in a practical way.
Okay, that's great. I mean, this is a concept review, so we're reviewing those concepts.
Yes, absolutely, and we'd like to, we'd like to be released to get to Planning Commission with your positive comments.
Okay, and I think those are my questions. Thank you.
I have a couple questions. I think the north elevation is the, area in question. There's public comment about the windows as well. Could you walk us through the decision of the windows?
Yes, there's one window that faces the north in essence. The other is a door, and again, this window is more than, it's approaching 9 feet from the outboard edge of that high planter. So if someone is standing 9 feet away from something that's 42 inches tall, that's our thinking, is that in essence you can only see the roof of the neighboring property.
Great, I just wanted you to confirm that. And then the northern fence, there's a comment about that being larger than 8 feet in height. So I just wanted you to comment on that as well.
It seems to us that there's just a misunderstanding of the proposal, because of the proposal from us, it's very clear that we're proposing to match. There's a fence on the neighbor's side and a fence on our side, and we're proposing to match heights to them. And that's pretty very accurately and clearly represented in the plans.
Perfect. I just wanted you to clarify that for the record and for the public. Those are all my questions.
I do. Just one question. Just a moment. I'm on the second floor plan, A2.2. I compared to the previous, the last time you came here, for the for all the decks along at the south. What would you mentioned in your presentation a reduction in square footage. I just wanted to confirm how many square feet was reduced.
I have that here. We shuffled our papers. So the north-facing deck was reduced by 65%, and the total of all the decks was reduced by 17%.
So along the south, not including the north deck, the total reduction was 17%.
Yes, from 1,017 to 842 altogether. And the south-facing deck is comparable but reconfigured in essence to make it more inboard.
Okay.
So that captured outdoor space.
Reconfigured. Okay. That's my question. Thanks. Yeah, that's all. Yeah.
Okay. Can I just take a look at the exterior elevations real quickly? All four, if you have all four sides. I'm just trying to kind of capture a sense of what shifted since last time, sort of in a more macroscopic way. Could just maybe zoom in on each one individually for a second.
This is the south elevation.
So
That's the shoreline elevation.
So the shoreline south elevation, that part on the right-hand upper part of it, that gray part is the shifting over the entire mass of that portion of the house, which addresses the two issues. One is the view from the north, potentially raking view from a northeasterly neighbor, as well as then breaking up the mass along that eastern property line.
Providing some relief for the easterly neighbor.
Yep. Who is, by the way, supportive. The north elevation, in essence, we've removed any real public function and made it essentially a walkway out there on that upstairs deck.
So can we zoom in on that a little bit more? So is the face of that planter on the second floor, does that flush out with the first story element below, or does that sit proud of the first story element?
Flush.
Okay. So there is square footage below that. Okay. The neighbor to the north has noted in their comments that they had requested sightline drawings of the two windows on the north second floor living area. And so I guess I'm assuming their intent was to try to understand if we were looking at a section cut, a north-south section cut, exactly what they could or could not see from that upper. And this shows the kitchen, but I think that mass sits further to the south, the living area on the second floor. Is that correct?
Yes, and it's actually not a living area. It's a powder room. And,
Yeah, they note a powder room and a hallway, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
So those are 25 feet from the property line, and so set distinctly back, and those aren't necessarily hangout spaces.
Okay. Do we have any photos of the existing vegetation on that north property line or that existing fence, the 8-foot element? That is the element.
Zoom in on that.
Okay. And what is that beyond that? Is that a large tree? Is that in proximity to the property line, or is that in the middle of the northerly neighbor's yard? Or it almost looks like an avocado tree in this. I can't. Maybe you could.
Can we get a browser or something?
I can't tell what that is. The one just to the left of. It's the large tree right there, sort of in the
I
upper
can't tell.
left portion.
Maybe ficus.
Do you know where that is located relative to the property line or the neighbor's residence?
I apologize. I wouldn't be able to say, definitively, so I don't want to guess.
I'm just trying to understand if that would be an impediment to a sight line.
I believe it would be. It's in that far right corner of the backyard, adjacent to where that powder room is set up.
So that's sort of in the crotch of their living space and the garage there in the backyard.
Yeah, their garage is here, and then there's the fence and the tree in the southern corner.
Okay. And then to the north of the kitchen is simply the garage. So if someone were to look out the kitchen window of your proposed residence, they would effectively be looking at the roof of the northerly neighbor or trying to garner a mountain view, right?
Yeah, I believe it's also partially a hedge.
To the applicant team, can you please use your microphone? Thank you.
I believe there's a hedge there as well.
Okay.
So you can kind of see in the photo that at the right is that on the ground, that's the tree in question. And I'm not sure which sight lines are from where to where are being discussed. And then that massing, which is the garage facing the front yard setback, just as our proposed garage facing the front yard setback would do.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're addressing the questions from the public commenter here. Do you have any proposed location for trash storage? Has that been figured out yet?
The garage.
Okay, so that's internal to the garage.
Yes.
Okay. then if I could just take a look at the east and west elevations quickly, please.
So it's the west elevation facing the side street. And the east elevation.
And so all the exterior siding is proposed to be horizontal wood?
Yes.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Mr. Brentlinger, do you have any comments?
I do, thank you. I just wanted to comment that I think that you've addressed our questions about massing well by breaking out those two ends of the house and putting some slope on the roof, and then kind of ghosting out the center piece. I think that's broken up the massing quite nicely. I think that you have changed some of the, I don't know how to describe it, the view vulnerability on the north side. I think there's still a question, in my mind at least, about the deck setback. And, you know, with the caveat that I think the planting is a big help. Appreciate the reduction in the overall deck space. You know, I think that still leaves an ample amount for the owners to enjoy. And the reconfiguration of the ADU, I think clarifies things and will make that much more livable. So I think you've addressed a lot of our issues, and I appreciate that. That's it.
I agree. I appreciate all the responses to the comments that we previously gave you, and I believe this project is aesthetically appropriate with the neighborhood as far as the mass bulk and scale and high quality materials. And I think consideration was given to the neighbors, and I think it fits within the neighborhood. There's no privacy issues from what I can see of what you've done, and I think it's ready to go to Planning Commission. I know the landscape didn't change, and I appreciate, all the planting, but I know the city has regulations on water use, but just, all that planting on the house, I just consider the water use there.
I have comments. So I appreciate the applicant providing several 3D renderings. Just helps me better understand the project and neighborhood compatibility. I think the proposed roof lines are major improvement, aesthetically appropriate, much more compatible with the neighborhood. Appreciate the applicant with their improved plate heights. I'm on sheet A4.1, the last page. So if we zoom into view 1. So so from the previous discussion, the north deck, it's a guideline for it to be the width of the deck. What was the guideline for that was mentioned?
3 feet.
3 feet.
3 feet.
And 4 feet is proposed. So I believe the applicant has, with the use of the planter, has, I believe 4 feet is acceptable. It's aesthetically appropriate, and appreciate the applicant's regard to the north neighbor with that planter. In terms of I'm on, line A, the outdoor, the south deck here. So I'm seeing, it's 2 feet into the front setback. I mean, I think total it's about 3.5 feet. Would you say? the projection from the building is about 3.5 feet, more or less,
Yes, that's about right.
right? I really appreciate the the flat overhang, the green. I believe that's aesthetically appropriate. It kind of tucks the house away a bit better. I mean, I would suggest exploring, tucking the outdoor deck within the front setback. I'm fine with a little bit of projection, but as I keep looking at this, and I drive by Shoreline a lot. I'm not sure. Would like to maybe explore more on other properties on Shoreline and how they encroach into the front setback. This projection is, I'm not sure about that, and if it needs to be tucked in a little bit. That's all. Aside from that, I feel like mass bulk and scale and quality architectural materials are used, and appreciate the applicant's thoughtfulness. Thank you.
Can I see a floor plan again of the basement level, please? I think before you guys used to have some sort of exit well over on the east side, if I'm remembering right. Is that still how you're managing egress out of that bedroom area? Or you have a clear story window there? Looks like there's a window on the west side.
We do have, light wells or air wells, if you will, on both sides, including, and then there's the stair out through this.
Okay. Can I take a look at that west elevation one more time, please? I just saw the grade cut there, and it kind of triggered that. So in this, we're not really seeing that, correct? So it's kind of down there low. Okay. I think the project is dramatically improved from the last one that we saw. I think that the manner in which the massing has been broken up, pushed, pulled, reduced slightly, I think has been really helpful. I very much appreciate the responsiveness to the board's direction, and I think the introduction of the hipped roofs really helps in terms of relationship to the neighborhood, and the fact that you've kept those low, I think, is responsive to concerns about views. So I think all that's great. I also like the idea of the wood siding. I think it's appropriate for what is historically it's become very expensive property, but historically it used to be sort of the beach bum area of town, the Mesa Rats. So I think that really sort of harkens back to that, which is great. I don't think there are huge privacy concerns on the north side. People are at a kitchen sink in a transient way. They don't typically sit there and spend hours and hours at a kitchen sink. And the relationship of that wing, I'll call it, or that portion of the second floor, it really does relate more to the garage than it does to the living areas of the northerly neighbor, from what I'm seeing in plan view. And to your point about the two windows on the north side of the passageway areas or powder room, again, those are relatively transient uses. So it's not like the living room is on the north side of the residence where people are going to be constantly looking out of those windows, trying to garner mountain views and having to be, peering into somebody's backyard. And I also think that large tree will help to resolve any concerns there. I do have a little bit of concern about the deck on the north side. And the reason that I have a concern about that is less so about current conditions, but more so about future development, because part of our charter is to make sure that we're kind of creating an even playing field for everybody. And if the northerly neighbor ever wanted to develop their property in a different way, and you have a deck that is relating to that common property line that has, I'll call it, an advantage over a guideline, it could alter their abilities to develop on their southerly property line. So from a conceptual standpoint, I have a little bit of a concern with that, not so much from a privacy concern as more of a development potential for a neighbor. And then the only other sort of big picture issue that I see about this project is that we're really starting to talk about some big planning issues here, right? Which is why you're here. Because if we were to say this doesn't meet guideline, this is 99%, and it's a small lot. And on big lots, we have discretion to go above and beyond a typical 85% guideline FAR, but that's not the case with this lot. So if we were to look at this and say, you don't meet guideline here, and we want you to bring this down to 85, you're now in a situation where you have a 1,000 square foot house because you want a 1,000 square foot ADU, right? So you're having to rob Peter to pay Paul. So this is an interesting project to me from that standpoint, from a precedent setting standpoint, because we've had this shift in how we're adopting the floor area ratios with ADUs in these coastal zones. And there hasn't been much talk amongst ourselves about that. I think the way you've done it is thoughtfully. I think you've done that thoughtfully in terms of, a lot of this is sunken square footage, which makes it palatable. I think if it were to get taller, or if it were a different project or maybe the previous project that we saw before this was revised, it would be a large concern for me personally. And I don't know how we grapple with these things. I think these are things that we're all trying to grapple with and figure out as we move forward from a staff standpoint, from the standpoint of our board, from the standpoint of applicants and architects. We're all trying to figure out how to interpret these things. But it's something I think we have to all be mindful of, and I just wanted to recognize that. And so going forward, that may be conversations to have with clients about where that sweet spot is. Those are my only comments. Would someone like to take a stab at a motion?
Sure.
Anybody?
So we're making a motion to the Planning Commission?
That's true. At your discretion, you can forward it to PC.
So I would like to make a motion for this project to proceed to the Planning Commission with the following comments. The board generally believes the proposed improvements to the roof lines are aesthetically appropriate and compatible with the neighborhood. The reduced plate heights are aesthetically appropriate. The reduction of the north deck and proposed screening is aesthetically appropriate. For the applicant to consider a reduction in the south outdoor deck to be within the front setback. And do I need to go through the criteria? Okay.
Pardon my interruption. It's just helpful if you want to respond to anything. You're not making these findings today with your with going to the Planning Commission, but if there's any, if this helps with any specific points for the applicant.
Okay. The beach style design of this project is consistent with the location of the project within the city. The design of the project uses quality architectural materials and characteristics that are distinctive of Santa Barbara. The improved mass bulk height and scale of the project is generally appropriate for its location. The design of the project is sensitive to nearby historic resources, and it pays homage to the nature of the Mesa neighborhood, using with plantings, proposed colors, and architectural materials. The design of the project responds appropriately to scenic public vistas to a degree. As I mentioned before, would ask the applicant to consider the deck alteration along the front setback. And the project includes an appropriate amount of open space and the use of park-like landscaping along the front.
I'll second that, and I'm going to ask you if it's okay if we add a couple things to that. If you can back up one slide, please. So I'd like to clarify that you don't want the front deck to be in the front yard setback, but that you want it to conform to the front yard setback. Is that an okay change?
Right, conform.
Okay.
I have a question about that. I think it can go in like 3 feet into the setback.
I think it's like an eave. It can project, I think. Yeah.
So it's technically, is it in conformance currently?
Chair Commissioner, so it is there. You're allowed to have a 2-foot encroachment per zoning code without any like modification or anything like that. So they did pull it back some. So in the previous iteration, it was further protruding. They pulled it back about a foot, I believe.
18 inches. It was
18 inches. So it does meet the zoning code as designed currently. Whether or not that meets the design aesthetic you find acceptable is different.
I still would like to explore that in terms of from a neighborhood compatibility standpoint, maybe other properties on Shoreline Drive.
Okay, so could we amend that verbiage to say something more like, we would like to ask that the applicant study the southerly deck and confirm that it is compatible with the underlying vocabulary for second floor decks along Shoreline Drive. Would that be okay?
Thank you.
Okay. In terms of item 3 under project compatibility, I think that we could note that this is, a 2-story residence, and that the 2-story nature of it is compatible with much of the neighborhood. that they have provided significant relief from the corner in order to allow views down the side street. And that the project as we see it, with the exception of the one question of the deck on the north side, does not present any privacy concerns due to the transient nature of the uses on the interior of those spaces, as well as the screening that already exists along the northerly property line or on the northerly neighbor's parcel. I think those are the only items that I wanted to add, if that's okay with you.
I'm fine with those.
And then I'll accept those as the seconder of the motion. So if we can take a roll call, please.
Okay. Vice Chair Kalas,
Yes.
Board Member Akalian,
Yes.
Board Member Brentlinger,
Yes.
and Board Member Klein.
Yes.
And motion passes. Thank you.
Appreciate that verbiage in the exhibit.
And interestingly as well, that it was downtown on the survey, which is calculated because
Oh, yeah.
it was in essence, by the way, just downtown the city.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I was very aware of that, yeah. I was wondering how that was gonna go. You know, I was wondering if they would actually include it or maintain it or exclude it. Yeah. There's a lot going on even, aside from that, so.
And the whole like guideline with and without, it gives you latitude to make decisions.
Okay.
Yeah, I just. Okay, great.
I didn't get any public comment on this one.
Okay, so the next item on our agenda is item 5. And I think we're well past the timeline. Thank you for being patient with what's been going on today. So this item is 1364 Shoreline Drive. The proposal, this is here before us for concept review. It's a new item. I'm going to read in the project description, and then my understanding is that staff has a couple comments to make. So the proposal is for the demolition of an existing 1,067 square foot single-story, single-unit residence and attached garage, and the construction of a new 2,016 square foot, two-story, single-unit residence with a 415 square foot attached garage. The project includes hardscape, landscape, including the relocation of the driveway, the apron and curb cut, a tree removal, and a front yard site wall 42 inches in height. I'm assuming that's a proposed site wall as opposed to the demolition of a 42-inch site wall. Okay. Planning Commission review and approval is required for a coastal development permit because the property is located in both the appealable and non-appealable jurisdiction of the coastal zone. The proposed development on a 6,206 square foot lot is 89% of the required floor to lot ratio. I'll get a clarification from staff. Is that the required floor to lot area ratio or guideline ratio?
It's required for this site.
Okay. Barbara, if you want to go ahead and
Sure.
share
thank
with us
you.
what you have to say, that'd be great.
Vice Chair Colas and board members, I just wanted to give you a quick introduction of this project before the applicant gets into their presentation. The application for this project is currently incomplete, so they're just looking for comments today while they work on addressing other completeness items. And as the description outlines, it will require approval of a coastal development permit by Planning Commission. So today we're really looking for your comments on size, bulk, and scale, as well as neighborhood compatibility. The applicant is requesting that you waive the requirement for supplemental materials related to floor area ratio. They're also requesting a minimal story pole plan that depicts only second story features. Staff is generally supportive of this, but we look for your feedback on that. And lastly, as part of your motion, we'll just be looking for you to let us know if you think the project is ready to be continued to the Planning Commission, or if you would like to see it come back. And with that, I'll hand it over to the applicant team. Thank you.
So if you just want to introduce yourselves and walk us through the project, that'd be great. Thank you.
You want me? Yeah, I'll start. Is it on? Oh, yeah, it's on. Hi, my name is Rachel Raynor with RRM Design Group, project planner. Here beside me is Jolie Waugh, Associate Manager of Architecture, also at RRM Design Group. We're excited to present our new concept review, for a new single-family residence at 1364 Shoreline Drive. I think there was just one other additional thing I wanted to tack on to Barbara's comments was there's an existing shed shown on the site plan, and we have since decided to remove that from the proposal since it encroaches into a side and rear setback and would require 2 setback modifications. I think that's it, so I'll hand it over to Jolie for the details.
Thank you, Rachel. Hello, everyone. Yes, so this is a proposal for a new residence at 1364 Shoreline Drive. Our clients are Bob and Bert Cassell. They're actually in the back room. They currently own another home. They currently own a home on the Mesa right now, in the Mesa neighborhood. Their children and grandchildren also live in the Santa Barbara and Goleta area, and this project will be their family home for gatherings and gathering place for family. So to go through, I'd like to start with, we have a context photo display page for you. The project is located on the north side of Shoreline Drive in the Mesa neighborhood. It is located across from Shoreline Park. There are we also have photographs of the 2 homes above. Can you go up? Okay, I was going to say, yeah, there you go. We also have photographs of the house, which is in the center, which actually now has been repainted, so it is now a blue-gray color. If you ever go out to the site and can't find it, now you know why. And yeah, the owners wanted to make sure that the house was not in disrepair, and at least while they were waiting before it was going to be built for the new house, so it's been painted nicely. The house to the left is a 2-story Spanish home, is one neighbor, and then on the other side is a 1-story cottage-style home. The other photos below show the property itself, a side yard to the east, a side yard to the west, which have low existing retaining walls with wood fences above, and then a photo of the rear yard, and the rear yard looking to the neighbor to the rear, which is actually, to note, is actually elevated. The rear neighbor's yard is elevated up about 5 or 6 feet. And then we have views looking down Shoreline Drive and up Shoreline Drive, and this is essentially, that one view is part of their view, which is 180 degrees to the ocean. So next sheet, oh, sorry, let's go to back to our presentation. Sorry. Okay, so if we can go on to the next sheet. This is just a survey showing the existing property and the existing home. As you can see, that shed up in the upper right corner is the shed that will be removed. Okay, next sheet, please. This is our technical site plan. We just wanted to note on the technical site plan, we are depicting the required 1,250 square feet of open space in the rear yard. So that is being met. And then also just wanted to note that if we slide forward, Rachel, please, just down. Yeah, down, sorry. Just noting that in our new proposed design, we are actually flipping and relocating the garage and the driveway and apron location. There is an open deck located above the garage, a wide open deck, and so we placed this there in order to help retain ocean views for the neighboring property, as well as actually giving the other property a little more privacy. So if you go on to the next, this is our illustrative site plan. This shows our 216 square foot two-story home with a 415 square foot garage. The entry to the home has been set back from Shoreline Drive, and we have proposed an entry courtyard with a low 42-inch wall to sort of provide an additional layer of privacy for the homeowners, as well as softening. We've had landscape in both those areas, and that will help soften the elevations, as well as sort of provide curb appeal for the neighbors as they're walking down Shoreline Drive. And then on to the next. Thank you. These are our site sections. This first site section is taken in the east-west direction. This is with our proposed two-story home in the center and the neighboring homes, the outline of the neighboring homes on each side. We did want to note that the maximum roof height on our proposed design is actually less than the existing ridge line of the house next door. Okay. And then oh, sorry, no, there's one more section below that. Sorry, Rachel. And then this is our section, north-south section. Can you zoom out, please? This is our north-south section through the home. Just this shows how the massing of the house actually sort of steps down from a taller center, and it steps down as it goes down to the pedestrian level at Shoreline, and then also steps down to the rear yard. And then also noting that the house to the rear of the property is shown to the right, that it is a two-story home and set back fairly far and is also elevated. And then you do see an outline of the residence to the west that's behind on the drawing there. Okay, next. Okay, this is the floor plan of the home. As far as our floor plans go, the house has been organized where the ground floor plan actually consists of the garage and entry into the home with a main staircase, and then actually the ground floor has all the bedrooms at that level. A primary bedroom suite and 2 secondary bedrooms, a bathroom, and a laundry room. This was designed to take advantage of all the views that they can receive having that wonderful location right on their site. So as you can see when you reach as you ascend the steps to the second floor, we also have large windows on the stairwell just so that you can see out, look at the views. Then ascend to the second floor, which is a large great room with a living area, dining area, a big open kitchen with island. You can see there are very large glass sliding doors that actually pocket into the walls. So that is going to give you a direct relationship between the kitchen, where is the place where everybody gathers when you entertain, right? To the deck, which is going to serve, the front deck, which is actually going to serve as their main outdoor living area. That will probably have dining and seating areas and things on it. And then we also have a glass railing, it's a little difficult to see, between the staircase and the living area of the great room, and this will allow for views across that stairwell out through those windows out to the ocean views as well. There on that floor is also a small study that is adjacent to the great room, and then a powder room. There are Also doors accessing a rear deck, which will actually function as a place for a barbecue, and then an exterior stair that descends down into the rear yard for access to the rear yard from the main living spaces. Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, this is our roof plan, and we just wanted to note that flat roofs have been proposed for this design. We did this in order to provide ample space for solar panels, as well as the fact that the solar panels will be less visible from the lower as you're walking along Shoreline Drive or as you're driving along. The solar panels will be up on the flat roofs. Oh, these are the elevations of the project. The project was designed as a contemporary design, a modern design. As you can see here, there are some large glass window and door areas, all designed to take advantage of the ocean views. The main front elevation was meant to be a layered effect as far as the design goes, from the low front wall as the first layer to the courtyard, then the recessed entry. Then there is a vertical element that has the stair, which also has a stone cladding proposed to it. And then the next layer back is the massing of the kitchen and living areas. Okay. Then our east elevation, you can see on our east elevation, again, you see the vertical element where the stairs are for views out to the ocean, as that overlooks, as you're ascending the stairs, the house next door. So, and then our other windows, and that's just the front part for their front yard and their garage. And then the house, and then the windows for the rest of the residents are high. The sills are at about 5 feet. And that is for the windows going into the main living room, the study, and into one of the bedrooms. And that preserves privacy for our homeowners as well as providing privacy for the neighbors next door. And then the next elevation. This is our rear elevation to the rear yard. We have our glass doors, big sliding glass doors, which are coming from, and also these doors are proposed at this point to pocket as well, so that we have a really strong indoor-outdoor relationship between the primary bedroom and the two secondary bedrooms. They all open onto the rear patio. There are doors open to the deck, and then windows from the study. Okay, and then regarding, this is the west elevation. On our west elevation, again, you can kind of see how our massing has sort of taking a step down effect, and again, the windows on both east and west side have been set high, again, for the same reasons. These are the windows to the primary bedroom, and then the windows above are high in the kitchen, and again, to provide privacy for both parties. And then our perspective. And this is our perspective, again, to try and help illustrate the fenestration and the breakdown of the massing, and also to show our materials palette. The stucco will be a smooth Santa Barbara stucco. There'll be in neutral tones. There will be a stone cladding, accenting on the vertical element. Wood gates and wood front door. There are also, under the eaves, there will be wood cladding on the underside of the eaves, so as you look up, you'll also see a nice material. And then just a metal fascia with the gutters running around the flat roof edges. And then we also just did want to note, if we wanted to go, okay, we'll go to this. Yeah, it's okay, I'll make the comment after. Let's go. This is, actually, we wanted to provide a neighborhood compatibility exhibit, and this is actually an exhibit showing some of the existing contemporary style homes that are of similar character and massing to our design, that are existing or approved already, that are along Shoreline Drive. So you can kind of see that there are a number of contemporary homes, some single-story, some two-story, in the area, right? This all borders along Shoreline Drive. Okay, and then we get through that. Our last exhibit is, we just wanted to show, if I want to zoom back to the last exhibit. Number 3 is a neighborhood character exhibit. We just basically wanted to illustrate that Shoreline Drive and the Home Mesa neighborhood in general tend to have a very eclectic variety of design styles. So that is what we're illustrating in this. Oh, yeah, I just did want to comment that we opted for a two-story design that had a relatively small footprint because the clients have 10 grandchildren and wanted to try and retain as much of the rear yard as possible so that they can have play space and entertaining space and just outdoor space in general. So.
It's good to have outdoor space for children.
Absolutely.
It's very, very wise.
So that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
So at this time, I'd like to ask staff if we received any public comment on this project. Any written public comment?
We have not received any written comment on this particular item.
Okay.
Looking at Zoom, I do not see anyone's hands raised, so I do not believe we have any voice public comment on this item.
Okay, so I'll close the portion of the public hearing that's remote, and then I'll just ask the question as to whether there's anybody in the audience that would like to speak. Okay, all right. So we'll close public comment, and we'll go to the board for questions. Mr. Brettlinger.
Thank you. I think, I'll say that for comments. The question would be, looking at your glazing on the front of the house.
Yes.
I appreciate the desire for all of the view of the ocean, but I wonder if you could tell me whether you considered not as much glazing on that side. I mean, I know there's a balance of these things, but I'm looking at the other houses of a similar style on the block, and wonder if you could just spend some time addressing that.
Okay. Actually, we did want as much glass area and glazing as possible to try and take advantage so that basically the view is the showcase of this home, and we did want to be able to see it from anywhere and in anywhere, as many places as possible from the house. But there was also sort of in the design theory, there was sort of this play of glass, light glass walls, light walls versus heavier walls. And so our walls, I guess you can't really tell from the plans, but the walls are meant to be a bit thicker, so they'll probably be maybe 10 inches in thickness. And then we have the vertical element that will also have some thickness to it. And so the reason we have the glass sort of ascending from, the top to the base is to try and work with the design as far as that play against the two materials and the two textures.
Okay, all right, appreciate that.
Sure.
And then, do you see any issues from your neighbor on the north side in terms of view issues with them?
I don't. As I said, they do have a two-story home. They are elevated quite a bit, and currently, as you can see in the section, I think that really illustrates. Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right, and, okay, I think that's it. Thank you.
I know it's early on, but do you have a landscape plan at all, or?
We do not. We are just embarking on that.
Yeah,
so.
I understand. There's a existing tree, though, it looks like, or a tree on the property.
There is. There are 2 existing trees on the property. There is that large fig tree, which you see there, and then there is another tree that is not shown. There it is on the existing plan. This number 13 or 15. That tree is actually currently growing and uprooting the existing retaining wall that's between the 2 neighbors' properties, and so. We are proposing to remove that tree and rebuild that retaining wall. Our clients have been in conversation with the neighbor, and so she knows what their plans are, and they are going to replace the tree either with another tree or some other tall shrubs or something that will, sort of give shade back to that neighbor's property on that side. And then that existing fig tree is there. It's very large and it has quite crazy roots and things, but it is existing on the back of the property.
Do you happen to know what that tree you're removing is? What type of tree?
I do not know
Yeah,
the exact
that's fine.
type of tree.
Yeah.
We have photographs of it. We can illustrate that. for
I was
you
just
if you'd like.
curious. Okay.
No, that's the big one, but the one on the side. Do you know what it is? Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. I think that's a perfect segue. So along the property lines, could you
Yes.
explain fencing, retaining walls, and all of that, and heights?
So there are existing retaining walls on the west side. There is, it probably varies from 3 to 4 feet. There's an existing block retaining wall. And then above that is the neighbor's wood fence. So the wood fence is actually on the neighbor's property. The block wall is on my client's property. Those walls are actually in disrepair, and we don't believe that there is any reinforcement in those existing walls. So our clients are proposing to have those walls rebuilt, and they will be, I think they will stay the same height, like a 3 to 4 foot retaining wall with a plaster. We're looking at putting like a plaster coating on it, and then they'd like to put maybe like a horizontal wood fence on their side of the property, so that and mimic the same thing on the opposite side, on the east side of the property as well, so it's cohesive on both sides. And then at the rear elevation, that wall, there is an existing retaining wall back there that is about 4 or 5 feet high, maybe a little higher. And then some planting area and the wood fence that is the neighbor's wood fence. And that wood fence will stay. They're talking about doing bougainvillea or some sort of vining, covering or shrubbery type of thing in that planter area. And then that retaining wall will also be rebuilt and covered in plaster. But as far as plants and trees and hardscape, we don't have that quite figured out yet.
Yeah. And then the front, you have a 42-inch high stucco wall.
It's a 42-inch high stucco wall.
Could you kind of explain the thinking there as far as why you went with a stucco wall, and is there a reason?
Oh, as far as, well, we wanted to sort of create, what we wanted to do was sort of create a layer of privacy per se for the clients. It's only 42 inches high because it is in the front yard setback, and we're limited to that. But this way it also, we thought, with the wall there and then having planting in front of it, and that would be sort of one layer of screening and privacy. And then behind that wall, we'll also have some other types of plantings, probably taller planting behind there. And then also, we've talked about possibly doing maybe a bioswale or something behind that in that courtyard area. But basically, trying to create sort of an outdoor entry space for the clients, as well as, since it's so close to the street, it just gives them a little more privacy.
Thank you. And then, apologies, you probably already explained this, but the elevation we're looking at right now, the long window and behind the stucco wall, on either side there, what material is that? proposed?
Oh, it's meant to be a stone cladding.
Okay.
We're still looking at what is the appropriate stone.
Yeah.
But we are looking at a stone cladding.
Great.
We'd like to create some, a mix of textures, and they wanted very natural, neutral kind of textures and colors and such. So that's why we have the wood on the underside of the eaves, the wood on the front door and the gates, the glass, and then the stucco. So just sort of that combination of materials.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Arakelian?
Just one question. So I think Board Member Brett Linger brought up the glazing, there's the 2-story high windows. There's one on the south and one on the east. I just wanted to know more about your inspiration of using that glazing in terms of neighborhood compatibility.
Well, let's see. As far as compatibility,
Right.
I think, with the location of the home and the proximity to the ocean and the views, I do think that whether, someone, I don't know if other homes have, I think there are other homes, actually. There are some of the approved designs that are coming, that are being built right now, do have large glazing areas as well. And I think it makes sense for this home, as I said, for, as you're ascending the stair and being on the upper floor, wanting to be able to take advantage of that view, and the only, having the way to do it, to be able to have that 2-story element at the stairs, so that you really, the whole idea, I think, when we were talking about it was, our clients were just, their thought was, we really want the wow factor. We want, when you walk up, you're in that house and you're in that staircase, we want to be able to look out, and we want to be able to see all of that context around us. So that was the genesis of it.
That's all I have. Thanks.
I think in one of your slides you had what appeared to be like a Google aerial. If we could look at that.
Sure.
I think it helps to.
That or the...
No, it was just the part, this is
There,
the one I'm
okay.
thinking of. Could you zoom in on that a bit, please? Okay. So the large ficus is above .5, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and then the proposed tree that's going to be removed is to the right of .6?
Correct.
Okay, so that's a relatively large tree. It's an 18-inch diameter, pretty big tree. And you're saying that that provides some nice shade, maybe in the late afternoon, for that easterly neighbor, is that right?
I think at times it probably does. Yes, but as I said, our clients have been talking with the neighbors, and they have been very receptive.
To having it removed or replaced?
Having it removed, and either having some tall hedges or something in there.
Okay.
We haven't really approached looking at what might replace it, whether it be a tree or whether or not be tall hedges or whether there be, some sort of trellis structure or something. We just haven't looked at it yet.
Okay. Do you know how tall the existing fences are that circumscribe, that are on the east, west, and northerly property lines? The reason I ask that is, of course, you're held to an 8-foot tall property line condition, and we've got retained walls, and it looks like those might be 6-foot or higher fences right now. And so I'm just wondering if you've started thinking about how that's going to be addressed and how it might change how things feel for both this property as well as the neighbors if those fences have to be reduced in height.
Right, and so the fences to the east is actually, right now it's an existing, we think it's about 5 feet tall, CMU retaining block wall, and there is no wood fence above that right now on the neighbor to the right of the property. The neighbor to the left of to the west of the property, it is about a 3-foot high retaining wall because there is some, elevation between each of the
There's grade change.
properties, right, grade
Yeah.
changes between each of those. So basically, I don't know how tall their existing fence is. I do
Okay.
not know how to, we'll have to measure it and confirm. But basically, if we're limited to the 8 feet, then when we come back in with that retaining wall, and then on our side, they put a wood fence, it would be obviously to whatever the maximum standard is going to be.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think there's also grade change between you and the easterly parcel, is there not? It appears as though that's the condition from Shoreline Drive.
Oh, less of a grade change on the opposite side, yes.
Yeah, it looks like the easterly parcel sits lower than this subject parcel.
Correct, yes.
Okay, so an 8-foot fence condition from the easterly neighbor may be significantly less than an 8-foot property line condition for you
On
the easterly property line.
well, that would be, I don't.
If
think
you're
we
3
want-
feet above the
Right,
easterly
right.
neighbor
Well,
and they
it's
have got
only-
an
there's
8-foot,
only
you're
a-
going to have a 5-foot fence, right?
Right.
So I'm
Which
just,
is- yeah,
I'm just
which-
saying
which
you've
is what-
got
which is
grade
there.
change issues that you need to think about.
Which is what is existing right now. There is a 5-foot wall on our property, I mean, from the subject property of the, that we're talking about, the property site. There is right now, that block wall on our side is about 5 feet right now.
Okay,
So it's probably 6.5 feet from the
From
neighbor's
the-
side.
okay.
Yeah. And then on the opposite, same with the opposite side.
okay. You had a site section cut, it was in an east-west direction, I think.
Yes,
There we go.
that's it.
Okay, so it looks like there's actually a very modest grade change between the easterly parcel and this one.
Correct.
Okay, that appears, from Shoreline, that's exaggerated for some reason. I drove by here today and it looked like it was a much more significant drop. Okay. Any other questions? So solar design, you're not subject to that on either the east or the west, only on the north, and it wouldn't be applicable because you're so relieved from that, right, in terms of solar design ordinance?
Oh, you mean as far as the solar envelope?
Yeah,
Yeah,
solar
we're fine.
shading.
We have an exhibit
Okay.
in the presentation. Yeah, that's on the bottom. I think it's on A7.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I noticed I need to get my T-shirt again. You're proposing a glass guardrail.
Yes, we are.
Yes. Tell us about your glass guardrail.
Well, we are proposing that it be a cantilevered glass guardrail that does not have any handrail or any intermediates, so they are sections of panels of cantilevered glass. The owners have had homes before that have had ocean views, and they've noticed that every time there is even a handrail across the guardrails, when you're seated and you're sitting down in your seating area, not everyone stands at the deck all the time, that always obscures your view. It tends to fall right in your sight line, so they would prefer if we can go in with the cantilevered glass panels.
Okay. Is there any other, are there any other homes in the immediate vicinity that have glass guardrails that don't have, I'll call it stucco, or they don't have some sort of solid massing that's separating that? Are there any other guardrails in the neighborhood that you can point to that are a synonymous condition?
Let's look. And we can go out and,
That one's got a short one up at the top.
correct. we can go back out and see if we can find some for you.
So that's,
Yeah.
yeah, it looks like a chain, almost like a chain link or a welded wire fabric or something. Okay, so I would encourage you to either, to look at that, think about that.
Okay.
Let's see. So tell me a little bit more, this will be my last question.
Sure.
So if we go back to the front elevation and the east elevation, I think all of us are trying to noodle on this a little bit. It's the tower element, it's the stair element, maybe. I'm struggling a little bit with the relationship of the stone cladding, this sort of tower element, the glass. It doesn't feel crystalline. It doesn't feel like a light, modern glass iron element. It also doesn't feel like a heavy tower element. It feels like it's trying to be both, and so I'm trying to understand, I guess, more to Mr. Bretlinger's question and Mr. Arakelian's question, really what was driving that particular approach to that element. I mean, is there some sort of inspiration for that aside from the fact that we want to capture views, or?
Well, the idea of creating that one that it wasn't so much as a tower element as it was more that we were kind of trying to introduce sort of a stone feature wall at the front elevation. Something, as I said, something to play off the different textures so that not everything was all the same stucco texture. And then as far as, like I said, as far as integrating that glass, the amount of glazing that we have, I mean, if you can see at the bottom, it's proposed that those would be some metal panels as well. And then, and really, as I said, I think that was more to address function as far as, or it's not function, but as I said, address the context and address the views and address as far as having as much glass as is sitting in that particular element. But then it was really, as I said, meant to be like a stone feature wall. So if anything, if you can see from maybe in the perspective side, that you'll see that the wall actually has some thickness to it and it doesn't turn the corner. It was really just meant to be
So you're trying to express that plane.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what the ceiling height is, floor to ceiling height within that element on the second floor?
There, it's 9'6".
Okay. Okay, those are my only questions. So, Mr. Bretlinger, comments?
Thank you. My first comment is I really appreciate the neighborhood perspective. All the photographs of the other homes in the area are really helpful just to establish what else is common to be seen out there. And then the other comment is I also appreciate the kind of mix of horizontal and vertical lines in all of this. And that's where I think the 42-inch wall actually does a lot for all of that. It's not that big of the part of the structure, but I think it helps extend the lines so it removes what could otherwise be a little more boxy, and I mean that in a nice way. So I give you kudos for that. I guess the other thing I want to say is that this is a house that's across the street from the parking lot, right?
Correct.
So I'm trying to incorporate that into how I look at the other things we've discussed, which is the glazing and the guardrail and the sort of glass tower. only from the perspective that there's not a neighbor in front of you, really. And the
Correct.
activity in the parking lot is not going to be too many tours of architects looking at your house. Maybe, but not, the point is, it's not going to be a steady stare of the architecture from that angle. I think perhaps, though, from the side, and which that's where I'm looking at, I guess it's the east side, where we have the tall glazing, just that you might consider some other treatment of that. And you know, I couldn't tell for sure how that faced out to either the street traffic coming, you know, at a 90-degree angle to the home, and how visible that might be, or the people on the sidewalk passing by, or that neighbor on the east side. From one of the, I think it was aerial views, it looked like part of the neighbor's house was up against that side, but I couldn't quite figure that out. So I guess my comment is that it might be good just to study that a little bit further. But other than that, I think that, you know, I think it does fit into the neighborhood. And this is early on, you're only looking for concept reviews, so we don't really know what all the materials and landscaping are, but it seems like directionally you're headed in the right way from a material standpoint. I'm going to defer to the chair in describing further the kind of windows. I'm not going to paraphrase how you described it as the industrial or the crystalline approach, but I'll punt that back to you. Okay, great. So I think I'm encouraged by the work that you've done, and look forward to hearing or seeing the next iteration. Thank you.
Thank you.
My comments are, I agree with Board Member Bretlinger. Generally, I think this is a good project for the site. I'll look forward to a landscape plan where I think you should include what that tree you're removing is and mitigation and, you know, screening and what you're planning to do along the property lines, as well as the planting and the fencing, just being a little clearer on that. And then I agree the 42-inch high wall helps with the verticality, but the stucco-ness feels a little bulky. I think there are stucco walls in the neighborhood, but generally the coastal mesa area to me feels like there's more openness between. There's a lot of people walking on the sidewalks. I know it's fairly set back, but I would say study neighborhood compatibility there. Maybe it's steel on top, just to feel more open. Just
on the 42-inch wall?
Yeah, just study kind of what is happening along the neighborhood. Same comment for it's up right now, the 60-inch high plaster wall gate. There's a lot of wood more so in the coastal areas, I would say, versus the bulkiness of the stucco. So I would study maybe adding more wood elements. Okay. And same with the stone comment as far as material, study if there's other homes with stone veneer. In my mind, there's a lot more wood material. And those are my comments.
Thank you.
Mr. Arhakelian?
So I appreciate the applicant's location of select windows on the east and west elevations. I appreciate you placing them high, being respectful of the neighbors that way. I think for next, I know it's early, but 3D renderings, additional ones from each corner. Obviously, that would really help me understand mass bulk and scale. In regards to what staff is requesting, I would like to go forward with the second story poles, yeah, and In terms of FAR, I mean, we've had a lot of shoreline projects come recently, and, you know, I believe it's okay to waive the supplemental FAR materials, you know, than just the nature of shoreline has been around this, you know, 85 to 90. I obviously can't say that, but maybe a study would be helpful of ones in the immediate block on each side. But I mean, I think our board has a general idea of, you know, Shoreline Drive. I think if possible, you know, other shoreline applicants have provided a street silhouette elevation and kind of seeing how the neighboring properties, you know, putting that next to how this proposed project will be next to each one in the vicinity. I appreciate the pitch roof, you know, like a very low pitch roof, but, you know, I feel like the low pitch provides an opportunity to, you know, maximize building height and, you know, potentially volume. I'm concerned about the, here, let me get to a page actually.
Sure. Oh, we can scroll to it if you want to let us know what page it is.
Sure, just a moment. I'm on sheet A5, page 6,
Okay.
view 1. Mhm. Yeah, I think the level 1 top plate is you know, compatible with the neighborhood. I think that's well done. You know, I'm seeing, you know, that projection on the second story going, you know, what looks like 12 foot 8 inches. I would, you know, and that, you know, the glass comes along with that. I would suggest kind of tucking that in, maybe exploring bringing that down a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, we were trying to create, you know, diversity and massing there, so we just didn't have one big flat plane coming across the top.
It's totally. I understand the challenge. I feel like there's some other ways while bringing the height down on that particular area. In terms of the glazing, you know, I measured roughly, you know, obviously, I mean, from a quick measure, I mean, the 2-story glazing over here, which is, you know, I'm kind of absorbing your comment about like the wow factor, and, you know, I'm seeing that just the glazing alone, not that part below the glazing is like 15 feet, roughly. Obviously, I'm not I didn't bring the ruler with me,
Right.
but and also the on the left, you know, where the kitchen is, you know, from floor to seat, from the height of that glazing, I'm seeing, you know, roughly 12 and a half feet.
Right.
And you know, I appreciate your comment about, you know, projects coming to Shoreline, and, you know, they're really pushing the envelope on trying to maximize glazing, get that view. I feel like some study needs to be explored for breaking out. I feel like a wow factor can still be achieved while doing neighborhood compatibility, respecting that a little bit more, in terms of those two, as well as the 2-story glazing on the east elevation. Just, yeah, more breakout there for sure, or possibly a reduction on the 2nd-story one, bringing that, if there's a way to, but I'll let you to that.
Okay.
I liked where Board Member Klein was starting in terms of the materials for this from on street view. You know, I agree that, you know, a 42-inch plaster wall all the way across is, you know, in terms of being compatible with the neighborhood. And I'm seeing these, like, I'm seeing the stone as like these columns, like, you know, very grand columns, and I feel like there's an opportunity to whether it's stone or an earth tone wood, to kind of try to, instead of doing it up and down with the stone, just trying to show that across a little bit more instead of just these two elements. So it could be with wood. It could. I know stone is not as economical, obviously. So I feel like there's could be some exploration there. I'm on when I was looking. Let me see. Let me get to a page actually. I'm on the last page, sheet A10. So yeah, I'm looking at 35C, page 35C of our guidelines, and there's quite a bit of comment on that page about glass guardrails, and I mean for this one, and I drive through Shoreline a bit. I mean the glass guardrail is very prominent here, and it's pushed all the way front. There's no breakout. I understand why. There's no handrail. I understand why. I understand the owner's your story, and I'm trying to register that. But in terms of neighborhood compatibility and the part per our guidelines, I mean it's hard for me to suggest. I understand the view, but possibly exploring cable rail, possibly exploring a breakout. I mean I'm struggling with the guardrail if it's like clearly instilled in our guidelines, and this is shown very prominent to street view, like a wraparound. So I'm having a lot of hesitation giving approval with that. And also with the garage, the garage is very prominent from street view. It's like from the entry door, it's like I'm measured roughly 6.5 feet. Again, I don't have the ruler, but it's very projected forward. If there's a way to kind of push and pull other elements and maybe push that garage back and maybe push some more house forward instead of, the first thing people see is like, when they drive by is, a garage door. Maybe trying to push that back a little bit. I think that was per 12 SP of our guidelines. Other than that, that's all I have. Thank you. For now.
Okay. I too appreciate the fact that you guys have been really respectful of neighbors in terms of how you've located windows. I think that's great. I think there's more that we need to see in a subsequent review. I don't think this is ready to move on. As intimated before, I am struggling with, it's a very vertical feeling house. And I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that. But you're sort of sandwiched between this massive Mediterranean house on the left that feels very solid and strong and doesn't have big glass windows like this, and then this little beach cottage on the right. And here you are building a new house. So where do you go with that? And I think you've made a valiant effort at stepping down the east side of the house to try to speak to that. I think it'd be great if that response could be slightly stronger in terms of the stepping down between those two masses, and I don't know how you resolve that with such a vertical feeling home. I really like the idea of this tower element, and I think it's going to be beautiful. I mean, I'm looking in at this beautiful chandelier idea that we've got going on in there, and it's going to be pretty awesome. Part of me just says, why the stone? Like, just get rid of the stone. Just paint that element a different color, or do it with CMU. It's a modern house. Like, let it be what it is, rather than try to introduce some faux Santa Barbara sandstone that really doesn't have any intention to it. So I think whatever you use in terms of material there should really be carefully thought out. And if you are trying to express that that is its own plane, is there a way to accentuate that more? Is there a way for it to break down and become part of the landscape? Or is there a way for that to provide more sun shading? Or I don't know what you can do with that. Start thinking about breeze block walls and things like that. Like it could be that this was the funky like 1970s house that was, you know, built post 60s but still has like the breeze block. I mean, there's a lot of really fun things that you could do with this house, even with the massing that you have in front of you. I am not in favor of the glass guardrails because these are south facing and I do think they will provide glare. I agree with Mr. Brettlinger's comments that you don't have any southerly neighbors, and I acknowledge that, but I think it's introducing an element to the neighborhood that is not necessarily consistent with the underlying fabric of the neighborhood in its current state. And I will be frank and state that I would hate for that to become the common vocabulary along Shoreline Drive. I'll just be honest with you about that. I think you need to carefully study fence line conditions as it relates to heights of neighboring properties. I agree with Ms. Klein that I think the landscape could be softened generally in the front, and I think it would help a lot of the, I think it would help to juxtapose and soften the house a bit. I think, you know, a lot of these houses along Shoreline have traditionally embraced Shoreline Park and that sort of pedestrian nature of Shoreline. And I think you've left a lot of the front yard to try to continue that vocabulary. But I think you can create privacy without it necessarily having to be built form also. I think there's ways to do that with landscape. So that would be my propensity. And then I will leave you and everybody in the room with an anecdotal story from my childhood growing up here in Santa Barbara. One night during high school, when we were all not of age and doing things that we shouldn't have been doing at East Beach, we were having a bonfire near the volleyball courts. And the development across the street, upstairs, there was a couple, and they had their windows open, and everything that was going on was available for the public to view. So I would just consider how you're going to treat windows and privacy, not just from the inside out, but also from the outside in, given the amount of glazing on the home. A lot of times people are just thinking about their views out, and they don't stop to think about how they're going to protect and guard their privacy in evening hours, and it's a significant concern. So for everybody, the public and for them. So
We've actually talked about that and have considered doing recessed sunshades in the ceilings inside the home. So basically they're automated and the sunshades come down in the evenings.
They're very close to the ceiling, so you'd end up being in your ceiling structure there, which might be a little bit tricky given the proximity.
Right, we'll have to, we'll develop that.
Yeah, and then the only other thing is, I don't know if you've done any shading studies, but the overhang on the south side of the home does not look very deep, and I have concerns about solar gains that you might want to think about.
Thank you.
Those are my comments. I don't know, Mr. Brentlinger, would you like to take a stab at a motion? Because Mr. Arakelian's been very busy today, and I know you're very capable of that.
Before you do that, may I have one question?
Sure.
Just from your comments, thank you very much for all your comments, and also regarding the comments with FAR, as you all know, with shoreline, it's very tight, and trying to stay underneath an 85% FAR is very difficult once you remove the garage, as we barely have a 2,000 square foot house. But, so where in the range are we, when you're talking about, can you look at this, can you look at that? It's a bit of a puzzle when we're doing this design, and I'm just trying to figure out what is sort of an acceptable range as far as an approvable FAR, because we were trying to keep it as tight as possible.
Yeah, I don't want to take a straw vote on that, but do you have any, does everybody just want to weigh in on that quickly? Does anybody have any issues with the 89% that we're looking at here for the house?
But if we did something else, if it had to go to 91 or something like that, I'm trying to figure out where
Where the
our,
sweet spot
where our
is.
sweet spot is, so we have room to work with, because it was very difficult to try and pull it down to 89.
Yeah, I wouldn't go larger. I think what you've done is probably works, but I wouldn't take it higher than that.
So we couldn't, I'm just also, because we've also talked about wanting to add a pantry, which would be 40 square feet more, but we can't do it because that'll take us up to 90.
Yeah, so my response would be that I think it's nuanced as far as, your reasoning and coming back with that reasoning. And also looking at the massing and,
Right.
we've addressed all these things, but we'd like this, so it's a little more nuanced. So I'd say you're in the correct ballpark, in my opinion.
Thank you.
I agree with Board Member Klein. I feel like there's just a lot of factors. It's a difficult question to answer.
I think 89% is in the ballpark, and
Okay.
I won't say whether it's going to, again, I agree with Ms. Klein also. It depends on what you come back with. And,
Okay.
If it's, all of a sudden it's, 91%, but it looks like a big square box, we're probably going to have issues with that. But
Right, right.
if it's a sensitive design and you come back and it's 91%, then, we might buy off on that. So,
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Mr.
Okay,
Brettlinger?
sure.
Yeah.
All right, this is concept review, so none of this is really an appealable decision to be made. But I think in general, the board is appreciative of the efforts to retain privacy through the use of the transom windows with the neighbors. I think that there is a list of things for you to consider along the way here. You heard a lot about glazing, and I think perhaps the leading recommendation would be look at ways to reduce that, either through plate heights or a different configuration of some of the larger expanses of glazing. There was a definite feeling against the glass guardrails, so you might reconsider how you treat that. Take a look at ways to de-emphasize the garage. That's a tough one. But I'll keep it in there. And I think we're going to retain the story poles for the second story, just to see what it looks like. There's some other discussion which is deals with the 42-inch wall in the front yard. I don't think there's any single point of view there, but I think there is an interest in looking at some different materials or treatment of that. I think retaining the horizontal addition of whatever that turns out to be to the overall mass of the house is helpful, but see if you can't think of something other than the plaster wall that goes perhaps the two versions of that are something that's definitely modern. You heard the suggestion of a steel element or a pure landscaped element. So there's a range there, but I think just the plaster alone probably doesn't cut it. At least that's the sentiment. And as far as what are currently portrayed as the stone elements on either side of the largest of the vertical window panes, there's an interest in looking at some other materials there, or either interrupting the flow of a solid stone, or perhaps using other materials in some fashion, inclusive of wood, or we heard CMU, something perhaps other than an uninterrupted vertical stone facade. Along with that would be a request to study the fence line properties, perhaps a way of addressing the change in elevation to the neighbor to the east, which is a single story. I think the words was a step down element to the east. Let's see, I was trying to take notes here.
That's good.
Yeah.
I did have a question regarding the stone. We weren't thinking of sort of like a Santa Barbara stone or anything like that, but much more of a more contemporary, kind of large or rectangular, almost like a limestone or a smooth stone or something like that. But is that still not something? Something like that, yes. So I just wanted to clarify that. Okay.
That's all I've got. So my motion, or such as it is that you continue looking at these matters. I think, the core elements are there, but what we're talking about are how you finish out the outside of the house, and then a little more of how it relates to neighborhood architecture. That's my motion.
And Mr. Brentlinger, if you could clarify if you would like to continue this back to the SFDB or to...
I would like to continue it back to the full board.
Okay, and then a comment on floor area ratio, supplemental materials, if we can waive that requirement.
Any suggestions?
I'm okay with that, and I think Mr. Barakilian was okay with that.
I'm okay with it.
Okay, then we will waive the supplemental materials on the FAR.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you.
Can we repeat the motion one more time? Like what
Can we have
was
it read back to
read
us,
back
please?
to us? Yeah. Thanks.
I'm going to try. Remind me if I don't get all of it. Here we go. The board generally finds acceptable the effort to observe I think it was the FIAR at 89%. Restudied the large amounts of the window glazing, restudied to de-emphasize the garage structure, provide second floor story poles, restudy the use of the plaster walls, restudy the columns alongside the vertical windows for more natural materials other than the uninterrupted stone facade, possibly, I'm not sure if you mentioned the horizontal ashlar material.
That was a
Or
late addition, but
late
you
addition,
can add that
okay.
if you like.
Okay. Restudy providing a step-down element. And I think there was a change made, and I didn't catch that, so.
I think the step down, if you would specify the step down element on the east side of the house.
On the east side.
I also have notes about the guardrails, the fence line study, and overall neighborhood compatibility.
Correct.
Okay.
So if it were a non-reflective glass, you're just still looking for less glass? Just trying to get some clarification.
Let us get through our motion and then
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Are you okay with what was read back? Is everybody okay with what was read back? It seemed like it summarized it along with Barbara's additions.
I wanted to ask the maker of the motion to add to study or to explore a reduction in the second-story plate height at the dining room area.
I would include that, I accept that.
And I'll accept that as a second. Okay, so that's the motion on the table. We do need to keep things moving because we're way behind schedule for the next item. If we could take a roll call, and then I'll be happy to address your question, but you'll have to remind me what it was.
That's okay, no worries.
Here we go. Here we go. Vice Chair Kalas,
Yes.
Board Member Brentlinger,
Yes.
Board Member Arkalian,
Yes.
and Board Member Klein.
Yes.
The motion passes. Thank you.
So the good news is we have not shot your project down. I see you at the back of the room. I see somebody kind of melted a little bit. This is just what we do. We're going to massage it to death, and it'll all work out. I know. What was your question? I'm sorry.
Oh, no, when we were talking about the glass handrail, guardrails, whether or not if it's, I know there are non-reflective glass materials as well. If it were reduced and a non-reflective glass, or are you saying that you don't want?
I'd want to see the nature of the material. I mean, my concern is, I mean, I'll be very frank, right? We've had some huge changes on Shoreline Drive, and we have, for lack of a better way of putting it, we've got a hodgepodge up there now. And I have no desire to see it turn any more into Malibu than it already has, and that's my own personal opinion. But unless you can point to significant areas where that exists in the neighborhood, I personally am not going to advocate for the glass guardrails. Yeah. It's not within our guidelines to do so. It's south-facing. I think you'll get a glare even if it's a frosted glass. It's, and I don't think frosted glass gets them what they want.
No,
so.
I wasn't talking about frosted glass.
Yeah.
I think that, yeah.
Yeah, so.
Okay. Thank you.
Last item is item 6, 222 Mesa Lane. Thank you for your patience. I might have to grab a cookie so that I don't get ornery. I'm going to do that. It will be to everybody's benefit.
Unfortunately, our babysitter is a high school summer.
Right.
Yeah, so she's flexible.
She's good.
You're right. She's got a year left in high school.
Okay, I've started her as a mother's helper, okay? But I am keeping her as long as I can. Anyone else is dealing with childcare in this town? Yes.
That's always the trick, is to get a good one and to retain that for like at least a year.
Yes. Oh, and we have twins, and like the folks that will take on, and it's different, it's another beast.
I forgot it was touchscreen.
Oh, wow.
Five?
We actually just found that.
5.5.
Oh, they're 5 and 1 of each?
So you have
They're
that
like a little married
feature
couple.
as well.
All right. Thank
That
you.
might be better than 2.
Totally.
No,
No, I,
then there's elements of competition that they don't necessarily have. They're totally different
you know, as long as she
natures.
calls all the shots, everything runs smoothly.
Yeah.
I don't know what the problem is.
Not sure who has trained her well, but we'll stop there. Okay, so this is item 6, 222 Mesa Lane, proposal for improvements to an existing 1,453 square foot, one-story, single-unit residence comprised of a 544 square foot addition to the first floor, a 390 square foot covered front porch, a 275 square foot covered rear patio, a 224 square foot roof deck, and 420 square foot attached garage with 690 square foot ADU above it. The existing 303 square foot garage will be converted to an accessory building, and to accommodate the new garage location, the project includes removal of the existing driveway and curb cut to be replaced with a new driveway and curb cut. The proposed total of 3,410 square feet on an 8,009 square foot lot is 107% of the maximum required floor to lot area ratio. Planning Commission review and approval of a floor area modification is required. And if we can just get staff clarification, that 107% is including the ADU square footage, is that correct?
Vice Chair Kawas, That is correct, and I do have some staff comments provided when you're ready.
I think we're ready.
Okay. So yes, there is an assigned case planner, and they have forwarded some comments that I will relay and summarize here. The project was last reviewed by this board in April 2021, and it did receive favorable comments, and at that time, the board felt prepared to grant project design approval when the project returned. So then the project subsequently went to the staff hearing officer and in June of 2021, and a setback modification was approved, and that was for an existing accessory building located in the interior setback. And then subsequent to the show approval, the Coastal Commission, as we've touched on, has adopted the City of Santa Barbara's ADU ordinance within the coastal zone. So previously, the ADU was not included in the FAR, and essentially now it is included in the FAR, which bumps up the the site FAR to 107%, which then triggers the need for FAR modification. So that is why the project is here now, because they must return to Planning Commission for the FAR modification. Let's see. And on that note, when a project is going to Planning Commission for an FAR modification, we need 5 members in attendance at the single family board. And so we have 4 today, which we acknowledge. So if we could just see how this project fares from the guideline perspective, and if you could comment on the aesthetic appropriateness, we can then reschedule the project very soon when all 5 board members can attend, so then we can forward on to Planning Commission. Let's see.
This project is really dense, so we want to make sure we get through all the comments. And just basically that the floor areas, I can just add that the project that you're seeing today is really size-wise is no different than what was reviewed in April of 2021. So it's just this particular applicant and owners kind of just got stuck in the Bermuda Triangle of our the Coastal Commission certification of our ADU ordinance. So they didn't make it before like everybody else, and so they designed it to be 85% of the required FAR, and now it's coming in, and that's why you're seeing kind of a more surprising number at 107%. So I think it's a little bit shocking, but again, just to understand that this is the same size, bulk, and scale of what was reviewed prior and what received positive comments. So again, just they got caught in us having to do a completely new review, a zoning review, and therefore different regulations, and having to go to the Planning Commission, being different than the staff hearing officer, because that's what an FAR modification requires. It kind of levels up to the Planning Commission. So the applicant did prepare a 20 closest home survey, which is included in this plan set, and I understand that from the April meeting that the owners have been in contact with their neighbors on the project. So they've done a lot of work so that they can share with you, but maybe one last thing is, as part of this request, staff is requesting the SFDB to consider waiving the required supplemental criteria for the FAR modification, specifically the supplemental materials that we were talking about for the last project, the street silhouette elevation, panoramic photo simulation, story poles, and then the neighborhood workshop. So that's should all be addressed as some of your comments today. And if you have any other questions, let us know, and we're happy to answer them.
So just to clarify, Ellen, the previous FAR before the ADU was added in stood at 85%?
That's correct.
Is that right? Okay, thank you. So we have minutes from our April 26th meeting that we could pull up, perhaps?
Yes, we can pull those up.
And Mr. Brentlinger, were you here when we reviewed this? Were you?
No, that was over a year ago.
Okay, have you reviewed these items electronically and everything? Okay. Well, we're not in a position to take any action today.
That's
anyhow,
right.
right? Because we don't have
Exactly.
5 board members, so we're
Exactly.
just gonna take a look at it. wet our whistles again, remind ourselves of what we're looking at, and be prepared for when we've got 5 people here. Okay, great. Appreciate your guys' patience with the process. I know sometimes it's tough being tweeners and getting stuck in between policies, so, okay. So I'll read these quickly. We continued you to the staff hearing officer for return to the full board with comments. We know you've gone to the staff hearing officer now. The proposed modification was found to be aesthetically appropriate. The proposed modification did not pose consistency issues with our design guidelines or ordinances as we saw it at the time. The board was supportive of the general approach to the design. The applicant was instructed to provide appropriate design sections, particularly through the dormers over the first floor residential area. The applicant was asked to provide sketches of the front fence and gate, and to provide a color board, or to submit one along with the conceptual landscaping plan, lighting plan, it's duplicate, but landscaping, lighting, and landscape lighting plan. And the board should be prepared to give, we were going to be prepared to give PDA, as staff has already noted. That motion passed 6-0. So if you'd like to introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about your project again, and we'll see if we can get you home to the babysitter.
If you could just turn your microphones on, just with the middle button, and make sure to speak.
If it's green, it has to be really lit up. Okay, thanks.
I'm Matt Hepner. This is Tyler Dobson and Brittany Dobson. Should we go through like a full review of the project, considering some of the people were not on the board? Would we like to talk more specifically about just the need for the FAR modification, or kind of have an
I'd say if you
overview?
want to give us a really super fast overview, like,
Okay.
you know, the Superman flyover,
Sure,
and then,
okay. So there's just a
and then we can
snapshot.
talk about the FARs and maybe just address a couple of things that we asked you for last time in terms of the landscape and lighting, yeah.
Okay. So there's a snapshot of the existing structure here at the top. These are the neighbors that surround them on the adjacent sides as shown relative to that site map. So that's existing site, existing floor plan here. This is the existing footprint. Right over here, we have the existing garage, which will be, that was the modification granted for this to remain in the interior setback to become an accessory structure. Then this dashed line here shows the proposed addition footprint. Okay, so here's our proposed floor plan, or I'm sorry, site plan. Kind of the same view, a little bit of patio or open yard space highlighted out here in the back. Okay, and then getting into the structure. So what we're proposing is a 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom, single-family residence on the first floor. So it's rather tight. Little living dining kitchen here in the front corner. We've got the minimum 20 by 20 garage. Here, the master bedroom in the back northeast corner. And then 2 smaller bedrooms for the children, with a little powder room and a laundry room running right down the middle of the house. So then the second story would be the ADU. So it was specifically designed with the ability to either have a connection or easily remove that connection, considering the possibility of long-term rental use of the ADU, or maybe one day actually in-laws residing in the ADU. So that kind of drove kind of the orientation of the staircase specifically, having an interior and an exterior access, depending on what was appropriate for the use. It also, as we looked at in, being challenged with the potential of needing to reduce square footage, that design inherently it's very restrictive, because we can't very easily push the stairs to one side and then just kind of shrink the space. So we're left with this ADU that's kind of subdivided, with ample but limited space, both for living and then, for the bedroom and bathroom facilities. So I'll skip into a quick shot at the roof plan with the dormers. Some sections. There's a section more in detail. This one, which I believe it was Fred at the time that asked for the section through the dormer, but there's a more detailed shot of that in one of the drawings to come. So there's a quick glimpse of what we're proposing. It's somewhat of a traditional farmhouse style with a little bit of a modern aesthetic. We were really kind of taking inspiration from the history of specifically the West Mesa neighborhood being very rural and agricultural in its beginnings. I actually, very recently in doing the 20 closest home studies and looking more at their neighborhood specifically, came across several homes that appear to be like the original farmhouses. One of them in the records, I think, was built in 1885. So it was that history and that agricultural use that we were kind of drawing inspiration from in coming up with this design and putting a little bit of a modern spin on it. So basically here we have the front facade. There's a small porch which provides access from the exterior right there in front of the ADU. On the lower level, the front door, we have also reminiscent of an old farmhouse, attempted about half of it having a wraparound porch. So as we know, it's an amazing place to spend time outdoors, and wanted to create a floor plan that would allow, especially in the rear, kind of a seamless integration from the interior living spaces to the rear yard and open space. So that's kind of seen here, where we'll have a two-sided fireplace opening to the living room and then also to the patio on the south side of the house. So then tucked up in the back, just a tiny little roof deck, which was situated intentionally kind of dead center in the lot to not interfere with privacy for surrounding neighbors, but also for them in their use of the space. So we can look, this gets into a little bit more detail of that section through the dormer. This one right over the kitchen, there's another one that's exactly the same that is situated directly over the entry. This is a little bit more detail of the heavy timber truss that would sit above the ADU porch. And then some window details. Here, looking in more detail, I think it was Brian Miller that was asking about this pergola structure, an arbor of sorts that we proposed in front of the garage, just to kind of break down the mass of that well, it's not a two-story structure, but with the roof deck above the garage and the wall around that, we can kind of see it right here from the side, would just be a continuation of that stucco facade. And so to help kind of reduce the massiveness of that, we proposed this arbor that could or not potentially have a vine.
Bougainvillea, yeah.
Yeah, ideally it will have a vine. Then taking a closer look at the proposed fences, very simple, more of a contemporary nature, 3.5 feet around the front yard, just horizontal cedar with small spacing between the boards. Something probably a 1x6, and then jumping up to a 1x8 for the rear and side yard fences. That would be 8 feet, but otherwise very, very similar. And let's see here. This was intended to show more inspiration in the concepts that we're working with. Specifically here, looking at what we would propose as far as the siding, the eaves, the windows, and the types of grids. Let's see, over here, a detail that would be very comparable to what we would expect the front porch to look like. In here, garage doors would be wood of some nature. This front door, we were going to do something very similar, not quite as much glazing, but have a single solid front door with glazing that kind of surrounded that as one of the contemporary elements. These snapshots just show kind of the fence details that we're looking at, both the front and then this, coincidentally in the front of this house, but in our case it would be the rear and side yards. And then here a little bit more detail of some of the steel framing. The wraparound porch would have actually steel posts and an I-beam. Again, kind of the contemporary style being brought in, and this one showing the porch as well. Then the rain gutter is a very traditional half-round rain gutter that would be painted the same color as the roof, like a very, very dark brown. And this is a little snapshot of what those exterior ADU stairs would look like, being wooden treads and risers with stainless steel railing and a wooden cap. So this is just a snapshot of the existing accessory structure. And currently, there's like a garage door right here that no existing car could fit through, but that's what that was. Our intention would be to remove that garage door and put a window in its place that's, we can see it here, a tall, kind of almost transom window. Then to the east side, we would have some amount of bifolding doors that would have this space open to their rear yard. And so that's really intended to be kind of an accessory to the exterior, but also kind of a bonus flex space, considering, as you saw, the house is generally one large grand room type of a design, the dining, the living room, the kitchen, all open to each other, and they have two small children, so this is imagined. That's the point.
Where they practice their instruments and.
Right. We'll probably have some sort of sound insulation integrated into that in the end. And this is especially worth considering because our struggle with the FAR as a result of the ordinance change really only leaves us over by 208 square feet. And so the house itself and the ADU are really perfectly fine and would come in under 100%. It's this little space in the back that kicks us over. But they find this space very necessary because I suggested we could get rid of it and all the problems go away, and that was immediately shot down for good reason.
The same reason that the applicants before you wanted the large backyard.
Yeah.
It was for the 10 grandkids.
Right. Yeah.
Well, and there's other practical reasons for our neighbor to the south, where it also serves as our existing lot divider. And they are actually very unfavorable of the idea of that.
Well, they submitted a letter too, right? Asking that we keep
Yeah,
that.
we wanted to mention in our first hearing, we had a letter specifically from that neighbor and then a list of, I think, approximately 16.
So we went to all of our
Others.
16 contiguous neighbors, 4 on either side of the house, 5 on the rear side, and 3 on either side of us across the street, so that we captured the entire neighborhood of all 16 contiguous homes. And actually sat down with each one of our neighbors to go through the design, talk about what was most important to them, where they would like the windows that were facing their direction, anything in terms of materials that we were thinking about using that was important to them as far as the neighborhood change, and had every one of those 16 sign off on effectively a letter to the cities, demonstrating their support.
Yeah, and then more recently, they all emailed again
Love our
to
neighbors.
show their support.
They obviously love you too, so
With our crazy kids, it's amazing.
probably love you crazy.
Yeah. So they talked about lighting plans. These are electrical, the whole lighting plan for the house. I don't know how interested you guys are in these, other than to show that we're proposing, there were a couple wall sconces on the exterior, but most of the exterior lighting would be down lighting that's tucked up, recessed in the eave, so as not to project too much ambient light out into the street. So those are just additional electrical plans. This is a conceptual landscape plan that we could get into in more detail, but that's a lot to talk about.
You want to talk about the garden beds just because it looks weird?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Just 'cause it looks
Yeah, and this, again, still very conceptual, but the idea, they currently have raised planter beds in their front yard and enjoy being out there and working in those gardens and interacting with the neighborhood. And, I mean, anyone who's been on Mason Lane knows it's full of pedestrians constantly. So the intention there was to have the front yard be a space that they would actually spend time, not just something that looked pretty that you walk past. But yeah, that was the idea. And then maintaining some area in the rear for a small lawn that the kids can run on. And then, as I mentioned out here, kind of adjacent to the living and dining, have this kind of seamless integration to this whole exterior, most of which would be covered by that wraparound porch. Kind of like a nice outdoor living area here. And then again, this accessory structure would open to the yard on this north wall. So then over here, this is the bathtub. So meant to kind of create a lot of privacy outside of the master bathroom window and view for enjoyment while you're soaking in the tub. Let me see what else. Yeah, this drawing set was actually intended to come back for project design approval, so it's got a lot more than you'd really want to see for conceptual, I assume, and that's, yeah. Yeah. So, the only other thing I had in addition to that, because I did the 20 closest home study as they asked, and I felt like, you know, you pick any certain spot in the mesa and it's inherently whatever homes are around you, maybe big, maybe small. A lot of those homes, especially in the West Mesa neighborhood, are very, very tiny homes that were from like the 40s and the 50s. And it stands to reason that over time, as many of them already have been completely redone, I mean, updated or had an addition, if not, you know, just knocked down and rebuilt, they would all grow as far as their floor areas. So I looked at, and I'm sorry, where did you tell me I need?
If City TV could, if we put it right in front of Chair Claus here, and then City TV can zoom in,
And I'll send you a copy of it.
that'd be great. A digital version would be great. Okay, sorry.
So that was
Hang on, I'm
because I
gonna switch
felt
screens.
that sample of the 20 most immediate homes was not entirely accurate of the West Mesa neighborhood. What this is looking at 20 other homes that are in the West Mesa neighborhood. In this case, I believe the general plan considers anything from MIGS, or is it Shoreline as it turns up, and then bound again on the north by Cliff Drive as the West Mesa neighborhood. This sampling is from probably less than half of that, what was just under a quarter of a square mile, being from Oliver to the east and then to the west bound by Douglas Preserve, and then Cliff and the coast north to south. So I just went through the neighborhood and the city records and looked at some of the other homes that weren't just tiny little boxes left over from the 40s. And so this is a sample of homes that are comparable and just representative of, you know, and these aren't all brand new. Some of them are rather new. A lot of them aren't that new. But as you can see, we're kind of right there in the center in terms of FAR. In doing that, one thing that I noticed as well, because this is the city's spreadsheet that I used for the 20 closest home studies, it doesn't really reference the actual percentage of FAR. It lists FAR, and I don't know, do we have the 20 closest homes?
I think, let's see, if you could pull it up in the file. Hang on.
Well, as we can see, like the FAR, oh, I'm trying to put my mouse on that. The FAR numbers are all over the place, although the percentages are from smallest to largest. And so I think what the city sheet actually doesn't really address is that FAR number, it shows FAR numbers and it says, it has me list them from smallest to largest, but what it doesn't really mention is that number is different for every lot of a different size. So if you had, you know, every lot that was the same size, then that number would be kind of relevant. But we're at the top of a list of homes of all different size lots. And so this shows a more accurate representation being broken down by the percentage of the FAR as opposed to just what the FAR number is. But the intention there was just to say, you know, if you look at kind of a larger perspective of the neighborhood, not just what's right up and down the street, it's actually somewhat consistent to be, you know, not way beyond, but just slightly beyond. In this case, it's 208 square feet that is really a struggle.
So I think it is, the assigned planner had mentioned that you had the 20 closest home survey in the plan set, or that it might be shown.
I uploaded it to Excella and I emailed it to her.
Okay, we can pull that up. Give us just one moment.
I mean, it's not incredible. I was just kind of pointing out the fact that it doesn't actually show the percentage of FAR, so
Right.
it's not an exact, accurate representation of how these different properties relate to this 100%. Yeah. Yeah, there. Yeah, so that's the map showing us right in the middle, and those were actually the 20 closest homes. But coincidentally, the majority of those haven't undergone much remodel or addition.
And coincidentally, the ones. Yeah.
120. Yeah, it's a few more towards the coast.
I think it's 122.
I think it's 122 because we're 222.
Yeah, and then
So there's 3 houses.
coincidentally, Edgewater has all the biggest homes, which of course they're on the cliffs. And what I found interesting there is that's because they have lots, sometimes ranging a half an acre or more, like 70% of which is not even developable. So they have these long lots that go all the way out to the bluffs. But, so they have that large square footage of lot area, but the area that's actually developed, that's up on the road, that's more consistent with the size of the rest of the lots on the street, I think we would find many of those, if we were only looking at what's really developable.
We're looking at net lot size
Right.
as opposed to gross.
Exactly.
It's the same thing with a lot of homes that are out in Mountain Mission Canyon, that their lot lines. go
Can you,
to
I'm
center of
sorry,
the street.
your
Right,
microphone's
so they
not
get
on.
all that extra buffer of square footage.
Their lot lines go to center of street, so unless you're starting to pull out right-of-way and streets, and there is an interesting discrepant advantage there.
Not
to-
apples to
yeah.
apples, exactly.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but that's, I guess, it in a nutshell.
Is there anything else that you want to add before we go about our questions and?
No, I guess just that, we've been there for just about 7 years now. And we are still probably the ugliest house on the block.
I think we are,
But
yeah.
the most
definitely.
charming house on the block. And
It's
again,
okay, it means you made a good buy.
I hope so.
That's right.
Got
Yeah.
to
That's
survive
right.
this process.
That's what that means. I bought the ugliest house on the block, too. It works out, trust me.
But that we've done everything very intentionally.
Okay.
Again, there's been no changes since we were here last year. The 20 closest homes are all the ones that we've taken the highest degree of consideration into in terms of making sure that we're not just coming from our heart and intention, but also allowing this project to be more of a communal development. And I've had no opposition or any considerations that haven't been included in what you're saying right now.
Wonderful. That's nice to hear. You guys are good neighbors. That's great.
We try, and we're very much involved in our neighborhood. We care a lot about our neighbors. We have relationships with our neighbors. Our kids are starting in Monroe up the street this fall. Like, this is our home, and
That's
we're just
good.
trying to make it
We're
somewhere that
hoping
can
ittle be our
support our
forever home.
lives.
That's good.
And
'Cause
all
we're
of our
crammed in
neighbors
this
are
really little
there
space right
forever.
now.
And this is not something we're doing for financial gain, it's something we're doing for long-term community sustainability. And another part of our intention to keep that flex space is to have as little impact on the environment as we can. The last thing we want to do is remove something for the sake of removal.
Yeah.
And put something else into the disposal zone. So
Okay.
everything is of the highest integrity.
And thoughtfully considered. Great. Okay. Thank you all. So for record purposes, Ms. Gu or staff, we did receive written correspondence from, I think, six individuals. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe it's, yes. Actually, we did get one at the last minute. I wasn't sure if you saw.
I don't know that I've seen that.
It is, the list is Robert Chow and Lawrence Mines, then Brett Olson, Felipe Rivera, Gil and Joy Robledo, Noel and Brent Christensen, and then there was one more that was submitted today, this afternoon, Arias Schiff.
Yes. I've got
Yes,
that.
okay, and that was it.
Okay. And do we have anybody online who would like to participate in public comment?
We do have
Remotely?
one remaining person, but I'm not sure if they would like to speak. If they do want to speak, they should raise their hand. Their little image of their hand. No, he's not raising his hand, so I guess we do not have anyone on Zoom who wishes to speak.
Okay, and then just for the record, we have an empty room, so I don't think that there's anybody here who's interested in speaking in person. So we'll close public comment now, and we will go to questions from the board. Mr. Brettlinger.
Thank you. Well, I love this map that you guys did. And so I've got to ask you, based on this map, what your neighbors, if you can remember, said about your square footage compared to the rest of the neighborhood. Because you're still the largest one, at least in this 20 house survey.
The recurring response that we received from every one of the neighbors that we sat down with was, thank God you're finally remodeling that house. We showed them how we came to be as far as the 3-bedroom home, as far as 2 children and the need for our own bedroom. We both have aging parents, 2 out of 3 of which are single, and therefore creating an accessory dwelling for theoretically one of those parents that may need some cooperation. My mother in particular, who lives in Oakland and is retiring in a few months, her building that she lives in has been broken into 6 times this last year. And a few members of her work that she's still working at have been held up at gunpoint this last year. It's been a compromising time to be where she is. So she's very eager for the opportunity to be closer to the grandchildren in our home and my sister who lives down the street. And so coming into the project, we were obviously at 85% FAR, and we're doing everything we can to maintain the existing structure. So the majority of developers we spoke to just said, why don't you just erase the whole thing and start from scratch so you get exactly what you want? We said, because that's not the integrity of what we're trying to do. We're trying to maintain as many of the materials and as much of the existing design and energy that's already there. The last thing we want to do is impact the landfill to the extent we don't need to, and we want to maintain as much of what's already there as we can. Part of our original concept was just adding another bedroom, maintaining what we have, but then we had to add a new garage. So by adding a new garage, we couldn't figure out how to get a 2-car garage on the other side where it already is. So we were just trying to work with what was already there and have as little impact as we could by developing this proposal. There was a neighbor 2 doors north of us that does have a 2nd story and a view of the ocean. We've moved a couple of the ridge points and the height of the roof lines to make sure that he still has that ocean view. Our neighbor to the back on the easterly side was thoughtful about the windows in the upstairs ADU, and we made sure that the only window face in that direction was above eye-line height so that nobody could see into
Excuse
the
me, is
backyard.
that the one on Cooper then?
That's right.
Okay.
Gil and Joy, yeah.
Yeah.
So they're Gilbert and Joy, who were also part of the, I think, public comment that came in.
Yep.
So everything that we did was received very favorably, and anything that had some thoughtfulness around it was addressed with the current proposal, so that the entire neighborhood surrounding us was giving us very overwhelming support. A lot of people have appreciated, the outdoor gardening beds that we moved into the front yard just because of that level of interaction that we have in the community. And a lot of other people have followed suit because it's just creating a lot more conversation and interaction and sharing. And
That's common for our neighborhood, for people to put out like a bowl of their excess fruit, right? Like, and we love it.
cucumbers.
Everyone
I mean,
has
everybody's
baskets
currently
out.
sharing, and just it's a very open door experience that we now have, which wasn't necessarily the same before we were there. And so our intention is to be part of something that's helping enhance the amount of interaction in our neighborhood. And that's been a lot of the conversation that we're having, is that without taking too much credit, that something has been inspired and transitioning since we moved into that house. And many of our neighbors are retired and at a different stage of life. And the dynamic that's been evolving since we've been there has been one that they're really, really excited about. And so again, we're trying to do everything we can to enhance the neighborhood in the way that the existing surrounding neighbors want it to be enhanced.
Great. My only other question then is based on the letter from the Robledos about the backyard privacy. And so my question is really focused on the 2nd-story deck that you've got in the back, which I'm presuming is the closest 2nd-story feature to your neighbor on Cooper there. Is that right?
Well, I think the ADU would be closest. We intentionally set the deck back and have a retain or a fence
Oh,
line
what I'm referring to is I guess the roof deck with the
Just
spiral
Rear,
staircase.
that little pocket deck, yeah.
It sits right here over
Yeah.
what's an existing addition.
So I guess it's not the closest thing, but the intention was to have it set back from them, but then we would also be having a privacy wall that goes up so that people that are sitting there aren't having a direct access viewpoint to them. And they even came over and kind of walked up on a ladder with us so that they could see kind of the visibility line that we would have.
Okay.
And that there wouldn't be any compromise to their privacy or ours.
Okay, great. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a cookie.
Thank you.
We're hoping to maybe make it into a little date night and go get dinner.
Okay.
If I can make it that far.
If you could go to the landscape plan, that would be great. I know this is conceptual, but if you could just point out the new trees.
Yeah, so currently, what's not shown here, there are some trees that are currently on the north side of the house that would be removed. They're small fruit trees. There's a fig tree, a nectarine tree.
So they were all planted many years ago. The fig tree and the apricot tree are both lame at this point and not non-producing. And then there's an orange tree.
And then to point out the new trees, I can remember or read that. These two and this one here were intended to be olives. It was an avocado. I think this one was a ginkgo. I'm trying to remember which one. Oh, then these are fruit, so these are citrus. I believe lime, orange, lemon. This was an Anna apple. And I think this is a Santa Rosa plum.
Yeah, our intention was to keep as much as we could that was still producing and vibrant, but very little of it is still vibrant.
And then could you just point out what the hardscape material is going to be as well?
So at this point, it's still being somewhat conceptual. I mean, the intention is concrete. We've talked about permeable pavers out here in the driveway, and then I would expect a continuation of that material back here. It doesn't show the detail continuing on through here, but I had imagined that being more of like a spaced paver, like a piece of flagstone after a piece of flagstone. I mean, that's really just kind of utilitarian access for the most part. The idea here, as far as like the ADU access, this being, if they did at a point have renters in the ADU where they wanted this, didn't want the connection and wanted that privacy, the idea was that this is kind of like their own little front yard or side yard entrance. Then, so this fence that cuts across here as well as everything continuing on and behind would be 8 feet. So otherwise here, very likely concrete. I think it would probably come down to a budget issue.
Yeah, the owner of the home was the original owner of the home that we bought it from, and he was wheelchair bound, so a lot of the property is already concrete, and so we'd like to remove where we can, just so it's more permeable, and can reclaim, some of it, but yeah, preferably as little concrete as possible.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
No questions.
I don't honestly think I have any questions either. I've seen the project, and I think we were all quite pleased with it when we saw it the last round. I think it's unfortunate that you guys have gotten caught in just the wheels of progress in terms of where we're at from the city's standpoint in terms of, new ordinances and things like that. And I'm sorry that that's happened to you. We'll go to comments. Mr. Brettlinger.
Well, I think my comment is you've done a tremendous job with your neighbors. So I wish everybody had as much support as you did, or still do. Second comment, more to the point, I know you're going back to Planning Commission. with the FAR issue. I, for one, could support that. So, because I think that, you haven't physically changed anything since the last time you were in front of this committee. So I see no reason to go against that. It looks like the house that you're building is probably going to set a standard for the neighborhood, we'll say, and that by virtue of having the positive support of your neighbors, I think the FAR is not an issue. So that's my reasoning. Hope to see you again soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would agree with Board Member Bretlinger. I think the FAR fits within the site. You're just building upon what's existing there. The mass, bulk, and scale feels appropriate, as well as the materials. I would say just getting more, I know this is still conceptual, getting more into details as far as landscape. I'd recommend maybe that front fence to have a little bit more space between the rails, just so you have that more open feel with your neighbors and all that. It just feels a little less like a wall, a little more open. Consider the water use of the plants, and you're putting in new trees, which is great to help with shade. As you move forward with utilities, trying to screen those, and you will have to go through the stormwater with the creeks and all of that, so just as much permeable surface as you can, I would recommend to help with your tier, whatever tier you end up being.
I've reviewed the previous revision. I don't see any major changes with the building. I believe supplemental materials for FAR modifications should be waived, and I agree with many comments from Board Member Bretlinger about great job keep getting the neighborhood involved in your project, and hope that sets an example. So.
I agree with everything that everybody has said. The only thing that I would, I'll add a couple things to that. I think it's amazing the outreach that you've done. I agree with Mr. Bretlinger on that. It's not easy. And not only have you engaged them so that you can tell us that you've engaged them, but you've done it in a meaningful way where you've actually responded to their needs, from what I've heard. And that's commendable, because a lot of times I think people will pay lip service to their neighbors, but they won't really actually modify their intentions based upon that. And that's not the sense that I get here at all. So kudos to you for that. And for keeping what you can of the existing house. I think it's really easy to pull an HGTV these days, where people just go in and they demo it, and the house is built two days later, and it's all new, and it looks like everybody else's house. And so the degree to which you can take something that's authentic and move forward from there is commendable. I agree with Mr. Arakelian that the supplemental FAR information can be waived, especially in light of what you've given us today, which is, in my mind, supplemental information anyhow. I did drive by again today, because I couldn't remember if this was the project that I remembered, which it was. And I was reminded, which I was really happy about, that there is a lot of board and bat in the neighborhood on the old little tiny 600 square foot, 800 square foot houses. And not a lot of it is white. And I know that everybody wants to do the white farmhouse thing these days, and so I don't want to rain on your parade. But you might want to consider doing something just a little bit different than white. You might want to do something a little bit more neutral, something that's just a little bit more toned down, and consider how you're finishing the cedar and the trusses. You may want to clear coat that, or you might not want to. You might want to just let that patina and weather like some of the old siding in the neighborhood did, and that might be a little bit of an homage to what was there before. So those are my only comments. I think it's a great project, and I think you guys have been and will continue to be great neighbors for the neighborhood. So I don't know, we're not really making a motion, right? We're just continuing you to come back to us when we have 5 people Is that what we're doing?
That's correct, but I think it would be helpful for Board Members Klein and Brentlinger to weigh in on waiving the supplemental requirements.
Same.
Okay, so I would include that in a motion to continue this
Continue
to the Planning Commission, whoever wishes to do that.
Okay. I see you.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I said Planning Commission, I mean SFDB for the 5 people, sorry. It's late, it's, a little late.
I'd like to make a motion to have this project returned to the full board with the following comments. The board is generally in favor with the architectural, with the materials used and the size, bulk, and scale, and being in line with when it was presented back in April 2021. And the board generally, agrees to waive supplemental materials for FAR modifications. That's all.
I'll second that.
Here we go.
Take a roll call, please.
Vice Chair Colas,
Yes?
Board Member Killian,
Yes.
Board Member Brentlinger,
Yes.
Board Member Klein.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you for coming today, despite the fact that we don't have photos. It's appreciated.
Thanks.
It'll make it easier for us next time we come back in front of us because of the refresh.
Yeah.
So at that point, we will just kind of do another
Go through. Let you do it down in the,
Re-
presentation to us and then we'll basically send you on at that point.
Okay.
And if you could officially adjourn the meeting, if you could officially adjourn the meeting.
I need to officially adjourn the meeting. We are complete as of 7:45 with the single-family design board meeting for July 18th. The meeting's adjourned. Thank you.